Simon & Schuster Audio presents Something Wilder by Christina Lauren. Read by Patty Murin and John Root. With a note and the acknowledgments read by the authors.
For Violet, you asked for a book with horses. We also included a woman who is brave and smart and industrious, a lot like someone else we know. We love you very much.
Hello, this is Christina.
And this is Lauren, and this is our author's note.
Just beyond Moab, Utah, Canyonlands National Park is one of the most spectacular places in the continental United States. With high desert vistas spliced by the Colorado River, Green River, and endless serpentine tributaries. Lucky visitors get an eyeful of wide blue sky and the spectacular view of red rock stretching for miles and miles. There are areas within the park that are remote and nearly impassable, and there are other areas that are hikeable, drivable, and wildly enjoyable for tourists. After months of research and visits, we both became intimately familiar with this landscape and terrain. We even hired an expert expedition guide to draw us maps of a possible treasure hunt. But, dear reader, sometimes story must come before accuracy, and so, despite all that we've learned about the geography of this area, we made up a lot of stuff anyway. Some places we have condensed distances. In others, we've created settings and structures where none exist. All this to say, we wrote this book to be a fun, swoon-filled escape from the real world, not to serve as a guide to your own adventure. If you follow our route, you will die. Of course, we'd love to think Leo and Lily's love story will inspire you to get out in the world and blaze new trails. But even if you're happier staying curled up in your reading nook, we hope we've given you one hell of a good time. With love,
Lauren
and Christina.
Prologue. Laramie, Wyoming, October, 10 years ago. Lily Wilder's boots crunched through smooth gravel as she made her way from the barn to the lodge, surveying her favorite place on earth. Behind her, horses stepped up to slurp from the water tank, thirsty after a long night out in the pasture. Smoke drifted from the chimney of the big house and into the clear gray sky. The dawn was cool, the sun just breaking over the mountains. She'd already been up for hours. On the porch, a long shadow waited for her, holding 2 mugs. Her heart gave a heavy, infatuated jab at the sight of Leo, sleep-rumpled and grinning, bundled up in sweats and a fleece. Without question, this was how she wanted to start every morning. She still couldn't believe that from today on, she would. Lily jogged up the 3 rickety steps, stretching to fit her smile against his, feeling like it had been days, not hours, since she'd last touched him. His lips were warm, soft against her wind-chilled ones. The heat of his fingers on her hip ignited bottle rockets inside her chest. "Where is he?" Lily asked, wondering if her father had left the ranch without saying goodbye. It wouldn't be the first time, but it would be the first time she didn't care. Leo pressed a warm mug into her hand and nodded to the caretaker's cabin across the river. "He walked over the bridge to Irwin's," he said, saying goodbye. Was it odd that she had no idea where her father was headed or how long he'd be gone? If it was, Lily didn't let the thought penetrate very deeply. More demanding was the way her pulse banged out a celebratory blast of a song. Her life was finally starting, and somehow, this summer, while she'd learned how to manage nearly every aspect of the ranch, she'd also fallen in love. It was a love that surprised her, anchored and assured, clothes shredding and fevered. She'd spent the first 19 years of her life being tolerated and planned around. But here, with Leo, she was finally the center of someone's world. She'd never smiled so much, laughed so freely, or dared to want so ferociously. The closest she'd felt before was saddling her horse and racing across her family's land. Those moments were fleeting, though, Leo had promised he was here to stay. She tilted her chin to gaze up into his face. He'd inherited his Irish father's build and his Japanese-American mother's features, but the soul inside was all his own. Lily'd never known anyone as quietly, firmly grounded as Leo Grady. She still couldn't believe this steadfast man was willing to uproot everything for her. She'd asked him, "Are you sure?" 100 times. Wilder Ranch was her dream. She knew better than to expect running a guest ranch year-round to be anyone else's. It certainly hadn't been her father's, though at least he'd put in the bare minimum to keep it solvent. For Lily's mother, the ranch was just another thing she gladly left behind. Sometimes Lily felt like she'd spent every day of her life waiting for the moment when she could make this ranch her forever. And now it was here, with Leo to boot. "I'm sure, Lil." Leo's free arm came around her shoulder, guiding her right up into his side, where he tucked her close and bent to kiss her temple. "You sure you want a rookie like me here, though?" "Hell, yes." The words were loud in the quiet morning. In the distance, her new foal whinnied back. Leo looked at her with adoring eyes. He was new to ranching, true, but he was also a natural with the horses, capable in a million tiny ways, and a convenient top hook in the tack room kind of tall. But none of that was why she wanted him there. She wanted him there because Leo Grady was undeniably hers, the first hers she'd ever had. He smelled clean from the shower, and she curled in, pressing her face into his neck, searching for some hint of his sweat, the intensely masculine scent she'd felt gliding over her skin late last night. "I made you breakfast," he murmured into her hair. She leaned back, smiling hopefully up at him. "Your mom's scones?" This made him laugh. "You act like she invented them." He bent, covering her mouth with his, and spoke around the kiss. "She usually makes us rice and fish. Pretty sure these are Rachel Ray's scones." Duke Wilder strode across the frosty grass and onto the porch, a small twitch of his bushy salt and pepper mustache, the only indication he'd seen how pressed together they'd been. But then the moment passed, and his eyes brightened. Duke was always happiest when he was on the cusp of leaving. When Lily was little, his work took him as far as Greenland. But his radius of adventure had shrunk dramatically when her mother left them 7 years ago, and Duke became anchored down by a daughter and, in the summers at least, the guest ranch in Laramie. Now she was grown, and he was finally free to enjoy being a niche celebrity who was deeply fixated on his childhood dream of finding the piles of money some outlaws hid in the desert more than 100 years ago. Lily wasn't the only one who was glad she was finally old enough to take on the burden of his family's land. He shifted his gaze over her shoulder, and Lily watched Duke's face as he carried on some silent exchange with Leo. Sometimes Lily thought she barely knew her father. Other times, she could read him like a book. Duke had no love for Wilder Ranch. But right then, Lily could hear his thoughts as if he'd spoken them aloud. "That kid doesn't look like a cowboy." Because Leo wasn't a cowboy. He was a college student, a math whiz, a New York City boy who had come to the ranch for a summer job, fallen in love, and upended his life to stay on with her in the off-season. Shy and quiet and thoughtful, he was everything Duke Wilder wasn't. Only 22, staring at a 50-year-old man with the local reputation of Indiana Jones and the confidence of Captain Jack Sparrow, Leo Grady didn't shrink or shift at her side. "We'll be fine, Duke," she said, snapping the moment shut. "You'll look after her until I'm back," Duke commanded, eyes still fixed on Leo, so he missed his daughter's exasperated grimace. "I will," Leo assured him. "I don't need looking after," Lily reminded them both. Duke reached forward, mussing her dark hair. "Sure you don't, kid. I left you a note in the dining hall." Great. A riddle, a puzzle, some cipher for her to decode. Her father had raised her on the games he loved, always poking at her like a kid prods a beetle, unable to understand how she ended up so different from him. A wrestling match between resentment and curiosity would ensue, until necessity would beat them both, and she'd finally sit down to solve whatever puzzle he'd left for her. It was entirely possible that the note would translate into something asinine, like, "See you later," or "Don't eat all the oatmeal cookie dough." But it was just as likely that he'd left some critical piece of information just out of her reach that Lily would require in order to run this place. Everything Lily had ever wanted or needed had always been hidden somewhere complicated, sometimes miles from home, and if she didn't have the motivation to look, Duke had figured she hadn't needed it after all. Maybe today she wouldn't bother. Maybe she and Duke would finally agree that they didn't have to love the same things. They didn't even have to love each other to coexist. For the first time, that sat fine with her. Maybe Duke would go back to his world, where he hunted artifacts and dug up lost treasure, and Lily would stay at the ranch with her horses and her land and her love, and ignore the note on the table forever. The tension stretched and then snapped when Duke took one last sweeping glance at the lodge, the barn, the rolling hills beyond. His parents had bought this land and raised 2 boys here, Duke and his brother, Daniel. Daniel had turned it into the Wilder Ranch, living here year-round and welcoming guests each summer until he died 2 years ago. Lily and Duke kept the business limping along, but it was never his priority, and always her dream to be here full-time, to take it over, to bring it back to what it had been in the golden summers of her childhood. 78 horses and 200 acres of glimmering Wyoming beauty were her idea of perfection. But Duke resented every single fence on the property, like he was a cat in a cage. Her larger-than-life father fit his cowboy hat on his head and nodded to the 2 of them. "Well, I'm off." There weren't hugs. Leo and Lily didn't even step down from the wide porch. They silently watched the long, strong shape of Duke Wilder stride over to his old, hulking truck and climb in. Lily turned to Leo, bouncing on the balls of her feet, joy bubbling up inside her with a force that might shoot her off into the gray-blue sky. "You ready for this, boss?" he asked. Lily answered Leo with a kiss she hoped told him the things she sometimes still struggled to say. She let it all sink in. Right now, everything was exactly right. No one and nothing rushed her past this single, perfect moment. With the dust of Duke's truck still swirling in his wake, all that mattered was the love at her side and the bejeweled galaxy of land around her. Her galaxy. She took a breath to speak, but was caught in a double-take at the tender expression on Leo's face as he looked down at her. Lovesick city boy, all the cowboys had called him from that very first day he met her, 5 months ago. Laughing. Blissful. Lily cupped his cheek and stretched to kiss him again. "Promise me we'll be happy here forever." He nodded and brought his forehead down to rest against hers. "I promise." Chapter 1. Hester, Utah, Archie's Bar, May, present day. "In hindsight," Lily said, wincing, "I know better than to ignore a bar fight going on behind me." Archie extended a meaty hand, passing her a dripping cloth full of ice. "I'm more concerned you took an elbow to the back of the head and barely flinched." "Is that a joke about me being hard-headed?" She sucked in a breath at the shock of ice against the nape of her neck. Archie leaned over the bar. "I'm saying you're a tough little cowgirl, Lily Wilder." Lily shoved him away with a laugh. "Kiss my ass, Arch." "Anytime you want, Lil." With an elbow resting on the scuffed wood, she held the ice in place and watched condensation track in slow, fat streams down her pint glass. But as soon as she dragged a finger through it, the glass got muddy. All day long, wind worked the red desert dust into the creases of her clothing, into her hair, hands, arms, face. Thank God for showers and sunscreen. With the kind of crowd one found at Archie's, though, it was never worth showering before coming in, whether Lily was sitting at the bar with a beer or working behind it in the off-season. The errant elbow to the back of her head was proof enough. The door opened, briefly blasting the dim room with light, and Nicole arrived in a flash of messy blonde hair and checked red and blue flannel. Sliding onto the stool beside Lily's, Nicole lifted her chin to Archie in both silent greeting and beverage order. He pulled a lager into a questionably clean glass and slid an even more questionably clean bowl of peanuts toward the women. More starving than fastidious, Lily dug in. Nicole gestured to the ice pack. "What the hell?" "Petey and Lou were at it. I was collateral damage. Need me to kick their asses?" She moved to stand, but Lily stopped her with a hand on the arm. Nicole was taller and stronger than Lily, and her loyalty made her nearly feral when provoked. Lily wagered that Petey and Lou would have a pretty fair fight on their hands. If Lily gestured for Nick to go at it, she'd die trying. But Nick was all she had, so Lily tipped her head instead toward the small stack of papers on the bar near her friend's arm. "Is that the new group?" Nicole nodded. "Arriving tomorrow." "Dudes?" Lily asked. Their clients were almost always men coming out to hunt treasure and play at being outlaws. A group of women felt like a breath of fresh air. Those trips were quieter, more easygoing. They almost made the job worth it. Almost. "Yeah, 4 of them." "Bachelor party? Birthday?" Nick shook her head. "Looks like it's a group of friends just taking a trip together." At this, Lily groaned. At least bachelor parties were on some kind of mission, usually to sneak booze and have a week of debauchery they'd talk about for years to come. But the groups that came to Lily's tourist expedition company, Wilder Adventures, just to get away, always needed more babysitting, more structure. Sometimes that was fine. Helping people enjoy a vacation on horseback had been Lily's joy growing up and was to this day. But right now, she was running on fumes. "All of them sign the waiver?" Lily asked. Nick scratched her cheek, hesitating. "Yeah." Pointing, Lily asked, "What's that mean?" "Well," Nicole said, "it kind of looks like they were all signed by the same person." Lifting her beer to her lips, Lily muttered a quiet, "Shit." "Dub, it's a formality." "Unless it isn't," she said. "I can't afford a lawsuit." "Girl, you can barely afford this beer." When she ducked to catch Lily's gaze, Nick's wild hair fell over half her face, leaving one glimmering blue eye free to study her best friend. "How are you thinking this will be our last trip out?" Lily squinted down at the whorls in the scuffed wood bar. Truthfully, she had been hoping more than anything that this would be the last hurrah for Wilder Adventures. She wanted this to be the last time she took city slickers out into the desert to team build and rough it and hunt for fake treasure. She wanted to put her dad's journal away and never have to look at it again. She wanted to live where no one asked her about Duke Wilder's maps or his stories, and she could forget all about Butch Cassidy. Lily wanted to never again see a man wear polished dress shoes while riding a horse or hear another woman wearing a Prada Western shirt complain how sore her ass was after a half hour in a saddle. She wanted to be running a ranch. To tack up Bonnie at sunrise and wrangle her own horses across sagebrush and frost-tipped grass that glimmered like diamonds and crunched beneath hooves. She wanted enough money to move out of her dad's old run-down cabin and leave this dusty shit town. She wanted this to be her last trip out more than anything. But wanting didn't get her anywhere. She'd learned that lesson a long time ago. Still, quitting this gig consumed Lily's every waking thought. 7 years into this business, and she felt trapped. She scraped by leading tourists around the desert, but horses were expensive. And Lily needed horses to lead tourists around the desert in order to scrape by. Chicken, meat, egg. "How did things go at the bank?" Nick asked, coming at it from a different angle. Lily shook her head. "Again? Who's going to give someone like me a loan? What's my income going to be if I stop leading treasure hunts?" Nicole leaned in again. "Did you tell them that was your plan? What do they even know?" Lily looked over at her. "I didn't, Nick, but they're not dumb. The guy said, so if you buy some land and start up a new outfit, how are you going to make money until it's solvent?" And I told him that it would take a couple years, but that I knew the area, knew the business, and knew what people wanted in a Wild West vacation, but it didn't matter. It doesn't matter what I say. I'm not a good investment. Nicole blew out a breath and stared down at her hands. It was then that Lily noticed an envelope with her name poking out of the stack of mail and liability waivers. She'd recognize the return address anywhere. It used to be hers. Immediately, she was buried under a deluge of memories. The astringent, crisp punch of sagebrush, herding horses as the sun tipped its hat over the top of the mountains, fat, warm butter biscuits in the mornings. The precise moment she laid eyes on him, and weeks later, the heat and fever of his body. Rubbing the ache beneath her breastbone, Lily cut those thoughts off at the pass, pointing at the envelope. What's that? Nick tucked the envelope away again. Nothing. It's from Wilder Ranch, and it's got my name on it. She reached for it. Give it. But Nicole slapped her away. You don't want it right now, Dub, trust me. Right now? Is it about the ranch? Let it go, Lil. A rare fire ignited in Lily's veins. Did you open it? I swear to God, Nick, you are the nosiest little... She went for it again, but Nicole dodged to the side, evading. I said no. Lily's blood turned to steam at the implication that she couldn't handle whatever was in there. Nick was the hothead. Lily was the measured one. But suddenly, she'd never wanted anything more than she wanted to see the contents of the nondescript white envelope. Lily shoved Nick's arm, but Nick knew it was coming and leaned in, caging around the papers, unmoving. Diving for her midsection, Lily knocked Nick off the stool and tackled her onto the floor. Suddenly paling in importance, the liability waivers rained around them, landing among the discarded peanut shells in the layer of sticky beer on the floor. Behind the wrestling women, men hooted and clapped, cheering them on. Normally, Lily would get up and take this argument elsewhere, but she had a singular focus, and it was to dig that envelope out from under where Nicole had rolled onto her stomach, covering it with her body. No fucking way, Nick yelled into the floor, even as Lily smacked uselessly at her shoulders, tickled her ribs, and then began to punch her ass. It has my name on it, you dick. You don't want it. You're committing a felony. Lily glanced over her shoulder. Petey, you're a cop. Off duty, he answered, laughing into his beer. Punch her in the ass again. I'm gonna punch you in the dick next if you don't help me. Honey, you're welcome to hit on any part of me. With a savage growl, she dug with all her strength under her friend's body, reaching blindly for the envelope. She got her fingers around it, tearing off a corner as she yanked it free. Lily scrambled up and away, hiding behind Big Eddie near the dartboard, in case Nicole decided to come for her. I'm telling you, Nick warned, you don't want it. Defeated, she stood, swiping bar floor grime from her cheek with the back of her hand. She returned to her stool and her beer and the bowl of nuts. Just don't come pouting to me when you see what it is. Back in the corner, Lily pulled the letter free. A bar full of eyes lingered on her as she read it, at first uncomprehending. The words swam in swirls of black and white, and remained glued to her face as she returned to the beginning to start again. Sentences took shape, meaning coalesced, and all of the ache and loss and empty blackness she'd packed into a solid brick in her chest broke free, becoming a swarm of horseflies. The letter was from the man who now owned her family's land. A man she'd met only once, barely a week after that other, brutal heartbreak. As much as Lily hated Jonathan Cross, she'd wanted to read these words every day for 10 years. Retiring. Ranch up for sale. Like to give you the first opportunity. It didn't matter how good a deal he was offering her. There wasn't a single thing she could do to get her family's ranch back. Once something was gone, it was gone. Lily thought she'd dealt with her sorrow, her longing for that place. But she felt bruised all over again. It took every ounce of physical strength she had to maintain her composure. She tacked her lower lip to her teeth, nailed her jaw shut. She forced her shoulders steady, working to keep them from rising up around her neck, to keep her back from curling. No one alive, at least no one in this room, had ever seen her break. Finally, when everyone had lost interest or turned away out of respect, she made her way back to the bar. Nicole had already ordered her friend a fresh beer and pushed it over as Lily settled onto the stool beside her. "Told you," Nick said. "You did. What are you going to do about it?" she asked. "I'm going to do a whole lot of nothing," Lily said, and brought the glass to her lips.
Chapter 2. New York City, May, present day. The downside to leaving for JFK at 8:15 a.m.? In the past 20 minutes, the tangle of morning rush hour traffic had not once moved faster than 10 miles an hour. Potential upside? Leo was free to answer the litany of questions his boss could ask literally anyone else still at the office, but wouldn't. When his phone chimed with the 10th text in 5 minutes, Leo closed his eyes, groaning. "Just put it on silent," Bradley said, rolling the cab window down as far as it would go, then quickly rolling it back up against the plume of truck exhaust that barreled inside. Leo typed out a quick reply. "It's fine." The phone immediately chimed again. "Leo, this happens every year." Typing, Leo said, "It's just how Alton gets when I'm going to be out of the office." "Exactly my point. He acts like there's no one else in the tri-state area who can use a calculator." This time the phone rang in Leo's hand. Bradley gave him a warning look. "Leave it." Shrugging helplessly, Leo gestured to Alton's name on the screen. "They're making decisions about the VP role next week and I'm on vacation. I can't not answer." "Leave it." Leo brought the phone to his ear. "Hello?" Bradley groaned and leaned forward to tell the cab driver, who absolutely did not care. "He never lets his boss go to voicemail." "I do," Leo whisper-hissed before returning to Alton on the other end of the call and telling him, "The code for the Daxton Amazon algorithm is in the C drive under the folder named Daxton Amazon." Bradley turned and gaped at him, but Leo waved this off, continuing the call. "That's right. You can forward it directly to Alyssa or save it to the cloud." Bradley yanked the phone from Leo's hand and bent, pressing his mouth close and faking static. "Can't hear. Tunnel." He hit end and slid the phone into his own coat pocket with a smirk. Leo stared blankly at him. "Dude, seriously?" "My year, my trip, my rules. Rule number 1, no phones." Leo reached for it anyway, explaining he was calling to find out where the... Bradley slapped his hand away. "If your boss can't find an algorithm named Daxton Amazon in a folder also named Daxton Amazon, I really have no idea how he ended up in a corner office." Leo turned to stare out the window, unable to argue. It was time to stop worrying about work anyway and start wondering where Bradley was taking them. This annual trip with his 2 best friends from college was his only time away, and as their lives had gotten busier, the status quo had transitioned from "it's my year to do the planning" to "absolutely no details will be shared until we arrive at our destination." Knowing they were flying into Salt Lake City told Leo nothing, and whenever it was Bradley's turn, the other 2 men were justifiably wary. Bradley prioritized telling a good story down the road over personal comfort and common sense every time. His phone rang again, and Bradley pulled it out, grinning when he saw who was calling. "It's your other boss." He turned the screen around, showing Leo. "Cora." Bradley swiped to answer. "Leo's phone, Uncle Bradley speaking." Leaning in again, Leo tried to take it from him, but Bradley put his entire hand on Leo's face and pushed him away. "How are you, darling?" Leo could hear nothing but the tinny hint of his sister's voice through the line. Resigned, he deflated into the seat. Cora adored Bradley. Even if Leo managed to grab the phone, she'd just tell him to hand it back anyway. "Congratulations on graduating, Cora. That's incredible." Bradley nodded, smiling at whatever she'd said. "Is that right?" He turned and looked at Leo. "And Paris tomorrow?" "No, your brother absolutely did not tell me that he was sending you and a friend to Paris for your graduation gift." Shit. Bradley would be relentless about this. "Oh, I bet," Bradley said, eyes widening as he stared at Leo in mock alarm. "That does sound like a special night." He paused, listening. "I will definitely pass that along. You have an amazing trip." "Love you too, kiddo." He ended the call and, with a derisive grin, finally handed Leo his phone. "That was enlightening." Dropping it into his backpack, Leo leaned his head against the headrest. Let it go. Cora wanted me to let you know that she stopped by your place and got the cash you left for her. Bradley paused, stroking his 5 o'clock shadow. I must say I'm disappointed you didn't invite me to her graduation dinner last night, he drawled. Certainly one more person wouldn't have broken the bank if you'd already invited 12 people and are flying her to Paris tomorrow. The cab pulled up in front of the terminal at JFK, and they climbed out, retrieving their bags from the trunk. Cost wasn't what kept me from inviting you, Leo explained as they made their way into the terminal. Your habit of hitting on my little sister's friends was. They're legal, Bradley reasoned. Bradley was his oldest friend, the one who'd picked Leo up when his world fell apart a decade ago and stood by him while he found his footing again. He was the teasing stand-in uncle and the joking, light-hearted counterbalance to Leo's overprotective and overcompensating tendencies. He was also a shameless player. But still 10 years younger than you, Leo reminded him. 10 years means less when you're older. It still means a fair bit, Bradley. He smirked at Leo. You're changing the subject. You spoil her. A man wearing a Rolex and a Prada crossbody should be the last person giving me a lecture on spoiling someone. It's not like you need a free meal either. No, but I'd like one. Leo laughed at Bradley's winning grin. Cora's moving to Boston. You know it was my job to get her through school. Get her through school, yes, but also be her brother, father, mother, and benefactor, and make up for every tiny bit of adoration that had been robbed from his baby sister 10 years ago. And you did that, along with a weekly allowance, no student loans, and an apartment 4 blocks from the Columbia campus, which she shares with 3 other people, Leo reminded him. She's not rolling around in a penthouse. Bradley waved this off. Where we're going, she won't be able to call you. Will she be able to function without Big Brother? Leo was already sick of this conversation. She'll be fine. At least, he hoped she would. She'll be too busy enjoying Paris to worry about checking in anyway. But how will you be? Bradley pressed. What do you mean? Leo, this is the first trip we've ever taken where we can't check work email or take calls. Dodging around a family repacking a suitcase at check-in, he cut a glance at Bradley. Don't worry about me. I've been mentally preparing for isolation based on your horrible packing list. Horrible? Bradley repeated, feigning offense. They stepped up together to the ticketing counter, handing over their IDs. I don't own cargo pants, Leo told him. And heeled boots? Are we talking Purple Rain or construction worker? You know the rules. Don't question. Just pack. I do know the rules, Leo said. But when I saw hat with stampede string, I didn't even know what that meant. In fact, Leo knew exactly what it meant, but the thought of why he might need a heeled boot and a hat with a stampede string made his stomach turn. Which was why he'd put off packing until this morning, when he finally, frantically, shoved everything into his duffel bag. Each of the 3 friends had a set of rules for these trips, spoken and unspoken. For example, Bradley refused to travel to Key West because the family of a woman he'd drunk proposed to in 2012 owned nearly a quarter of the restaurants in town. Walter refused to visit any state with a real possibility of tornadoes. Leo's unspoken rule had always been, no horses. Bradley knew better than anyone why. So even if this vacation didn't take them to Wyoming, being near horses would undoubtedly take Leo back to a mental place he had, according to several ex-girlfriends, not emotionally unpacked. The annual vacation tradition had begun the spring after he'd returned from Laramie, hollow and heartbroken. Bradley, acting on an equal number of good and bad intentions, had planned a guy's trip hiking upstate while Cora was at YMCA camp in Vermont. On that trip, Leo had laughed out loud for the first time in 7 months. The following year, the 3 of them went away again, on a road trip to Maine that Walter planned. After that, as their incomes improved, so did the trips. There had been wine tasting in Oregon and cheese making in France. They'd swum with dolphins in Ensenada and kayaked through glaciers in Alaska. Given that Bradley's last getaway, 3 years ago, was a week in Ibiza when Bradley had put bail money on the packing list, and good thing Leo and Walter had taken him seriously, they'd been mildly trepidatious about this year's plan. Leo was pulled from contemplating this any further when a voice from behind them boomed, "What's happening, pussies?" They were surrounded by at least 100 other travelers, and there was no reason to assume these words were directed at them, but Leo didn't have to look to know that they were. While every traveler in the vicinity turned to see who had just shouted the word pussies in the middle of a goddamn airport, Leo turned to gape accusingly at Bradley. "Seriously?" he hissed. You invited him? Bradley immediately shrank back. A reluctant glance over his shoulder revealed exactly what Leo expected. Terrence Terry Trottle. A man who had never served in the military yet was decked out in full camo gear and carrying a military-grade pack slung over his shoulder, sauntering straight toward them. Tall, thin, impulsively tattooed, and ineptly bearded, Terry was the kind of book that could be accurately judged by its cover. Bradley winced. He asked me outright. I couldn't say no. You could, though. It's easy. No, Terrence, you're not a part of this tradition. Terry, Bradley's roommate from freshman year, remained only tenuously connected to the group, given that he was absolutely the friend one had to apologize for, no matter the situation. Here was a man who once showed up uninvited for beers wearing a shirt that had a picture of a woman with a piece of tape over her mouth and the words, "Enjoy the silence." But although Bradley might give Leo shit about Cora and his job and his non-existent love life, he didn't do actual conflict. He was everyone's friend. Leo was the calm center of the group, so Bradley could trash talk in safety. In contrast, Terry was a hothead, finding insult whether or not one was intended. And here they were, about to be trapped with him somewhere clearly remote enough to require the ability to live without cell service. Awesome. They pretended not to see Terry wave before he stepped up to the check-in counter a few yards down. While the agent tagged their minimal luggage, Leo glared at Bradley. He didn't used to be this bad, Bradley argued under his breath. In college, Terry's version of weird had manifested as a penchant for collecting bottle caps and not washing his lucky shirt. Present-day Terry collected vintage ammunition and considered feminist and terrorist to be roughly synonymous. Bradley wasn't wrong that Terry hadn't always been this bad, but it was moot, because Terry was definitely terrible now. Leo had already been semi-dreading this trip, and now he was convinced it would be interminable. Walt sent me screen caps of some scary shit that Terry's posted online, he told Bradley. Terry spends all day in some pretty dark corners of the internet. I know, but when it's all of us, he tones it down. Leo let out a one-syllable laugh. Does he? Their agent handed over the tickets, and the two men stepped away from the counter. Bradley glanced to the side. I think he'll be pretty chill. Because that's Terry? Leo asked, pointing to where Terry appeared to be educating the airline agent on the correct way to tag his luggage. Pretty chill? Are you going to tell him no? Bradley, he's checking in for the flight. Of course I'm not telling him no now. Under his breath, Bradley mumbled. I don't know why you're judging me. You won't even tell Cora no. I heard that. That's why I said it out loud. They turned to make their way to the security screening, but when Bradley lingered to wait for Terry, Leo kept moving, making it through in only a few minutes. In the end, he was glad he went ahead, too, because Walt was already at the gate and would need to be prepared for the Terry news. Specifically, if the stress of Terry joining the trip was too great, Walter would want to hit the restroom before they had to board. Walter sat with his backpack in his lap, headphones in, bopping happily to music. A gentle soul who rarely prioritized things like haircuts or replacing holy t-shirts. He was always the first to call to check in on a friend having a hard time. Put simply, he was the anti-Terry. Leo hovered at the periphery, hating that he was about to ruin Walt's good mood. But when Walt looked up and over Leo's shoulder, his expression crashing, Leo realized he was too late. Walter tugged out an earbud, staring wide-eyed at Terry's approach. Wait, why is Terry here? Leo supposed there was one reason to be grateful for Bradley's non-confrontational nature. With Terry along for the ride, at least there was something Leo was less excited about than riding a horse for the first time in a decade. Chapter 3. Jolted abruptly awake, Leo angled forward in the unforgiving bus seat, reaching back to cup his neck. What happened? Bradley asked, slowly straightening from his slumber across the aisle. We stopped. Bradley groaned. Where? No idea. All Leo knew was that the bus, which reeked of soil and ethanol, had just come to a hard, abrupt stop, seemingly in the middle of nowhere. What the hell, dude? Bradley called to the bus driver, crossing his arms over the seat in front of him. How about a little warning next time? The driver's raspy response barely reached them. This is as far as I take you. Climb on out. Focusing his gaze through the window, Leo could distinguish nothing but vague shapes in the blue-black darkness. He would have sworn the sun was up only a few minutes ago, but he drifted off somewhere outside of Green River, Utah. Worn thin from an unending travel day, including 3 hours delayed on the JFK tarmac, a bumpy and crowded flight, and this bus ride to who knew where. Leo felt like he'd slept crammed in a box, but despite the interminable travel for whatever Wild West adventures might lie ahead, Bradley looked entirely untouched. For a man wearing leather driving shoes and a cashmere sweater, he was surprisingly game for the great outdoors. Beside Bradley, leaning awkwardly against the window and wearing an ancient green t-shirt that read, Middle-earth's annual Mordor fun run, Walt remained blissfully comatose, snoring softly. Behind them, Terry's perpetually flushed face split into an unsettling grin before he reached forward and sharply slapped Walter on the back of the head, jolting him awake. "Come on, man," Leo said. When Leo first met Terry, he thought he was perpetually sunburned. Then Leo wondered whether he drank too much. Now, of course, Leo knew Terry was just chronically pissed off, worked up all the time, angry at women, socialists, his mom. Leo shifted and threw Walt a commiserating, "Wow, do I hate Terry" look, before turning his attention down to his phone, mumbling, "One bar already? Did we drive to 1992? "Should have brought a satellite phone," Terry said, stretching in the aisle. "Cell service is going to be sketchy at best." "Come now, gentlemen." Bradley stood, too, pounding his chest. His thick blonde hair fell away from his forehead in easy, travel-immune waves. "Where we're going, we won't need phones." Bradley led the group off the bus to collect their various bags. About 20 feet from where they stood, Leo could make out a small, rickety wind shelter, cupped around a handful of weathered wooden benches. A tumbleweed somersaulted by on the dry cement, a small cyclone of dust following in its wake. As Leo's eyes adjusted, the sky slowly turned purple. The ground was swallowed up by shadows that seemed to stretch, uninterrupted, for miles. The bus rumbled to life again, and the group of men watched it trail away, the taillights fading into darkness. Walter's brows furrowed in worry. "Does he know we're... I wonder if he looked over to Leo, stating the obvious. "We're not on the bus with him." "Maybe now is when you tell us what we're in for, Bradley," Leo said. "All you need to know is we're in for adventure. Don't worry, guys. We're not going to be out here alone for long." As soon as he finished the sentence, a coyote howled, and its pack followed with eerie, rallying yipping. Leo stretched, and his back cracking sounded like a stack of dominoes falling. "I fell asleep, but I'm willing to bet we haven't passed anything for hours. Can you at least tell us where we are?" Terry freed a GPS unit from one of several cargo pockets. "We're at 38 degrees north and—" "Thank you," Leo said dryly. "God, fine. Nobody enjoys mystery, I see." Bradley pulled out his phone, and the screen illuminated his frown, making his pampered skin look oddly lined and spooky. "We should be just outside of Hanksville, Utah, but I'll read you the brochure information if I can pull it up." He turned the screen to face them, pointing to the way his mail icon spun uselessly. "It's an adventure guide company," he explained defensively. "We'll be riding horses and camping and hunting for treasure." "Tell me that doesn't sound like a fucking blast." A vague memory clouded Leo's thoughts, and his stomach tilted queasily. In the distance, a pair of yellowed headlights sliced through the dark. "See?" Bradley said, vindicated. "There's our ride now." They watched in anticipatory silence as a Bronco that was more rust than metal barreled down the pocked two-lane road. It showed no signs of slowing as it approached. Apprehension made Leo's voice louder than normal. "They're coming pretty fast." Alarm swelled in his chest as the driver jerked onto the shoulder, bumping over gravel and careening directly toward them. The men pressed back against the benches, letting out a chorus of "Are we about to die?" exclamations before the vehicle came to a dusty, screeching halt only inches from Walter's feet. "I have never been that close to pissing myself," he whispered. As they all took a few careful steps away from the Bronco's grill, Bradley happily waved to the outline of the driver. "Told you someone would be here soon." The engine cut off abruptly, and the lingering notes of Dolly Parton's Jolene echoed in the answering silence. Leo squinted as the driver slowly climbed out and rounded the front of the vehicle, their footsteps crunching through the gravelly dirt. The driver was still backlit by the headlights, but Leo could make out long legs as the figure leaned back against the hood. Their face was hidden by a dusty cowboy hat, but when they tipped their head up, Leo was surprised to see a woman, mid-20s and pretty, almost 6 feet tall, and wearing a smile that suggested she'd be up for a party or a bar fight. No big difference to her. She was in boots and jeans, and her chin-length blonde hair curled over the collar of her worn button-down shirt. "I'm Nicole. You must be the suits I get to whip into shape this week." At Leo's side, Bradley reached out, clutching the collar of Leo's shirt in a fist and releasing a happy moan. Leo shoved him away. Everyone else remained noticeably silent, so he stepped forward and offered a hand. I'm Leo. You the one who signed your friends up for this? She asked in a flattened twang, taking his hand in her strong grip. No, that'd be Bradley. When she released it, Leo put the hand on Bradley's shoulder before pointing around the group. And this is Walter? He hesitated before gesturing to Terry, who remained a step outside their small circle. Terry's over there. Walt offered a small wave. Miss? Is it Miss? Mrs.? Or would ma'am be better? It's Nicole, but Miss would be a lovely change of pace. Miss Nicole has a particularly nice ring to it. Okay, Miss Nicole, he said, then looking around the growing blackness. Where are we exactly? Bus depot. She circled them, inspecting. Bus doesn't go all the way to camp, so I'm here to get you. She let out an abrupt, unimpressed grunt. You wore loafers to the desert? They're driving shoes and they're orthopedic, Bradley explained. Recommended by my podiatrist. A butt doctor? A laugh tore from Leo before he could hold it in. Bradley paused. Never mind. Walter's bag sat on the nearest bench, and Nicole did a double-take at something visible through the open flap, reaching in and pulling out a bright blue plastic gadget with a nozzle on one end and an accordion-shaped bottle on the other. The hell is this? It's a tushy, Walter explained, reaching for it and shoving it back inside. A portable bidet. A bidet? In the glare of the headlights, Nicole's eyes were bright with amusement. She tipped her hat back, and Leo felt the rustle of awareness pass around the group. She was even prettier, with her whole face visible. I've seen folks bring some crazy shit out here, she said, but that's a new one. Had one guy think he could wear nipple clamps the whole ride. A bachelorette party brought at least a dozen vibrators. I promise neither of those things pairs well with a week on a horse. She leaned forward, lifting a booted foot to rest on a wooden plank. Besides, honey, I can just toss you in the river if you like your bottom scrubbed, and that don't take up space in your backpack. Bradley preened. I told you this trip was going to be awesome. I'm sorry, Walter cut in, holding up a shaking hand, but it sounds like you just said something about a week on a horse? That's why you're here, precious, to be cowboys. We take you to the outlaw trail on horseback. You leave all your smartphones and loafers and smart toilets behind. There'll be open sky and meals by the campfire, games and puzzles, and, if you're lucky, real-life hidden treasure. Games? Terry asked gruffly. Puzzles? What the fuck kind of operation is this? Unruffled, Nicole gave him a good once-over and then winked. The kind that's going to keep you alive out here. A long day of travel rendered Leo too tired and cranky to make small talk, but as Terry droned on in the back seat about topographical maps, the formation of slot canyons, and God knew what else, Bradley eagerly peppered Nicole with questions. Where are we going? To camp. Who else will be there? The boss is getting the horses situated. You're not the boss? I am when Dub's not around. Are there cabins? Tents. Are you single? Ignoring this, Nicole slowly pulled a knife still wrapped in its leather sheath from her side and set it on her thigh. Walt leaned in. Just to clarify, will there be flushing toilets out on the trail? At this, Nicole laughed for a long time, but the answer was, unfortunately, no. Unfazed, Bradley leaned back in his seat, face turned up to the wind. Smell that air, ye lads. No pollution, no exhaust. This is the life of the adventurer, the life of the man out on the frontier. He lifted his shirt, slapping his ribs. My chest hair is growing. I can feel my fangs coming in. Walter stuck his head out the window and unleashed a trembly roar before ducking back in, coughing. I inhaled a bug. Some big ones out here, Nicole confirmed. I'm telling you, Bradley said, ignoring this and turning around in the front seat to face his friends. This is going to be fucking awesome. A week with no responsibilities. I may never leave. Plus, he motioned to himself, you've got a real-life Howard Carter on your team. At Nicole's questioning glance, Leo clarified. The guy who found King Tut. Bradley's a professor of archaeology. Terry scoffed and the wind whipped his wispy beard. Yeah, but he doesn't go out into the field. I'm the only one here who's ever spent actual time in a slot canyon. What's a slot canyon again? Walter asked. Terry leaned back, happy to spout off to a captive audience. They're long, narrow gorges and channels caused by thousands of years of water-penetrating cracks in soft sandstone. Bradley looked from Terry to Walter. Did anyone else think that entire sentence was unnecessarily suggestive? Nicole met Walter's eyes in the mirror and clarified. Like a really long, skinny hallway carved into the rock. Oh, Walter said, satisfied. That could be cool. Terry cleared his throat. Anyway, stick with me. I know what I'm doing. I'll stick with the guides, Leo replied with a quiet calm. Nicole winked at him over her shoulder. Smart man. Leo knew that even if Bradley had chosen a trip decidedly outside of Terry's interests, treasure, canyoneering, and redneck Bear Grylls-style roughing it, Terry would still act like the resident expert. In the end, was it better or worse to hear him go on and on about something he knew a lot about, or something he didn't? Leo steadied his own anxiety and irritation with a deep breath. And there was nothing else to do anyway but try to turn his horseback-related dread into the sweet anticipation of a week away from the office. They couldn't see much as they raced through the dark. Leo thought he had spotted a pair of glowing eyes in the brush as the headlights bounced and dipped, cutting a path of light through the empty road ahead. At a particularly high spot, his stomach soared and then dropped as the tires left the ground, connecting again with a bone-jarring clank that sprayed soil and gravel into the stillness behind them. When the Bronco finally came to a clattering stop, the men climbed out with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Leo's first step was a dizzy, dusty one. A cloud of dirt kicked up as his shoe met the ground. The breeze was cool and almost uncomfortably dry, the air heavy with the smells of sagebrush and wood smoke, of earth cooling in the blissful absence of the sun. Beside him, Walter dropped his bag at his feet and squinted into the distance, fists planted on his hips as he surveyed the landscape. It wasn't likely he could make out much. The sky was more black than purple now, a backlit bruise with only a hint of the mountains beyond. But he slowly took it all in. A row of lanterns lit the path to where a small camp had been set up, about 40 yards away. Nicole had already told them they'd be camping, but even the roughest of their previous excursions had included, at the very least, running water. As they followed her, a hushed awareness set in. This was rustic. 6 glowing tents circled a crackling campfire. The soft whinny of horses carried through the darkness. It was beautiful. The closer they got to the fire, the better Leo was able to make out an iron corral with a corrugated metal overhang, a small building, and what looked like an outhouse nearby. A large stake had been pounded into the ground near the fire, and Nicole reached for a clipboard hanging from a bent nail. This is base camp, so there are more amenities here than we'll have the rest of the trip. She swatted at a mosquito and then pointed to the semicircle of tents. Soak up the luxury, kids. Inside your tent, you'll find a pack with some food and water to get you through the night. Might even be a few cold ones in there, but that depends on how generous the boss was feeling. As a rule, there's no drinking unless we're back at the camp for the evening, and only what we provide. Can't have any messy cowboys. Her gaze landed meaningfully on Bradley, who jerked upright at attention. Beside him, Walt jumped at something rustling in the dry grass nearby, clutching for Leo. On instinct, everyone but Leo and Nicole took a step back. What the fuck was that? Bradley whispered. Just a kit fox or jackrabbit, Nicole said without taking her eyes off the clipboard. It's not going to hurt you. Walt didn't seem reassured. Even Leo had to admit it was hard not to feel exposed when surrounded by nothing but black sky and unending stars. The closest he'd ever been to this degree of isolation was his summer at Wilder Ranch, and at least that property had electricity and toilets. Here they were out in the middle of nowhere with just the moon and the stars and a few torches to light their way. Leo assumed it was safe at camp, but so far there'd been no sign of Nicole's boss, and he wouldn't exactly say Nicole seemed overly concerned about their well-being. I will ask you not to wander around, though. It's flat here, but it won't be for long. We don't want anyone tumbling over a cliff because they got disoriented taking a leak in the dark. She pointed to a small cluster of buildings. For tonight, the tack shed and outhouse are that way, but stay inside the boundary of the lanterns. If you can't see the ground, we can't see you. Terry stood with his arms crossed over his chest. What's the mountain lion situation around here? I've read they hunt in this area. I assume you have some kind of perimeter fence set up? Nicole bit back an amused smile. Fence wouldn't keep 'em out if they really wanted in. A gun would, Terry countered. I got no problem turning a rooster into a hen with one shot, she said, though it's my experience that guns usually cause more problems than they solve. But if you're worried, just know mountain lions don't have much use for us and are usually following the mule deer this time of year anyway. Just do what we ask, and we'll keep you safe. We being just you and your girl boss? He asked, and the rest of them took a step away, distancing themselves from Terry's mouth. Apparently he hadn't seen Nicole's knife. Why do you assume my boss is a girl? Nicole asked, arching a brow at him. When Terry inhaled to answer, Bradley quickly cut in. I'm sure he just meant like we don't imagine a man would just leave you out here alone with a bunch of guys. Nicole laughed at this. I can handle myself just fine. Leo had no doubt this was true, but Terry couldn't help himself. Can you? Nicole took a step forward, eye to eye now and staring him down. We've been capably taking care of tourists for nearly a decade. There are a few cowboys who use this camp when they need to, and we have a guy who jumps ahead to leave supplies along the trail. But you won't see them, and you won't need them. She paused, gazing evenly at him. That going to be a problem? I can call someone to pick you up before we head out tomorrow. Terry laughed, but took a small step back. Nah, that's all right. Good. She held his gaze for a beat longer. You'll meet Dub in the morning, Nicole smirked. I invite you to run these questions past her as well. She gave each of them a set of handouts, and in a flickering light Leo could just make out what he assumed was a list of rules stapled to a brief trip itinerary. All for him to look over tomorrow. For now, at the top of the first page and circled in red was his tent number. Nicole told them to turn in for the night and that breakfast would be served at 7 o'clock sharp. Get some sleep, she said with a wink. You'll need it. Leo moved to follow the scattering group when a figure just out of the firelight caught his eye. A mirage at the edge of the moonlight, stepping out of the small horse pen. Stick-straight hair sparked the memory of fall leaves and naked skin on the bank of the river. It was a hazy memory, or maybe he was already half out of it, already dreaming. Shaking his head, Leo climbed into his tent and tumbled onto the sleeping bag there. He didn't even kick his shoes off. The sense of déjà vu was gone before he could get a solid hold on it, and within minutes, he was asleep.
Chapter 4. To Lily, there was no such thing as sleeping in. There were no holidays, only the special work days with clean jeans, not dirty ones, at the dinner table. Even as a little girl, she was up with the sun. In the summer, feed needed to be put out and troughs filled, meals prepped, and guests tended to. In the winter, the work changed. But no matter what, the horses came first, the humans came second, and self-care specifically fell somewhere much further down the line. With the rest of the camp still asleep, Lily stepped out of her tent in time to catch the first spark of light in the sky. She loved the location of the tourist base camp. At the edge of Horseshoe Canyon, it was remote enough to feel like wilderness, but still close enough to town in case a guest sensed the true isolation they'd be facing and got cold feet. Not to mention, it was beautiful. City folks seemed to always expect the desert to be burnt and barren, but here it was as alive as any garden. There were pictographs on rock walls and clusters of cottonwoods that grew with their feet in the fitful stream in the sandy canyon bottom. Lichens clung to sandstone in clumps of bright red and orange, yellow and green. Cacti clawed their way through crusty soil. Wildflowers erupted, and grasses swallowed trails, reclaiming. The sharp brine of juniper filled the air. The morning was cool and damp from a rare streak of spring rain during the night. It was a welcome break from the heat of the last few days, but rain could be worrisome out here. High-walled canyons sent water rushing off and down, so it wasn't the storm above that was necessarily dangerous. It was the rain miles away, falling on higher ground. Lily taught people to listen for the obvious signs of floods, and to watch for the smaller ones too. Currents suddenly full of sticks and twigs, previously crystal-clear rivers turning muddy. Last night's rain didn't amount to much, but any rainfall meant mud and a doused fire. No fires meant no food, and any guide would agree that guests would write off a sore ass and a stiff bed, but they wouldn't overlook an empty belly. At the Dude Ranch, Lily's dad used to say, "You gotta keep 'em tired and full." It had been true there, and was even truer out here. She stoked the fire back to life, watching the coals flicker and glow before finally catching. When the smoke spiraled overhead, Lily set the water to boil and got the coffee ready to brew. The horses were fed and inspected, their hooves cleaned. Lily owned 8 in all, each with their own quirks and temperament, which made it easy to assign them to riders of any skill level, and each one far more pampered than Lily herself. Bonnie, her 10-year-old bay mare, was in a feisty mood, tolerating the comb through her tail, but pawing the ground impatiently, ready to get started. It was rough country, but these horses were conditioned to riding it, preferring the slower pace and varied terrain, and extra treats, that came with a day on the trail over a quiet day in pasture back at Lily's cabin. Some outfits used four-wheel drives and ATVs to travel the outlaw trail where it was passable, but most of the maps Duke Wilder drew could be followed only on foot or on horseback. If it was good enough for the outlaws, he used to say, it's good enough for me. Lily's father had been obsessed with these canyons and spent years chasing the same myths and legends she now exploited to take groups on guided tours and fake treasure hunts. Unlike Duke, however, the wannabe weekend warriors who hired Lily went home at the end of the ride, back to jobs and family and reality. Duke might have physically walked through the door at the end of a dig, but he was never really with his family, always dreaming about finding long-buried treasures while the rest of his life, his wife, his health, and his family's ranch, eventually fell away. Footsteps crunched through the brush, and Bonnie whinnied softly at Nicole's approach. "Is Bossy Bonnie ready to go?" she cooed, stroking the mare's soft nose. "Someone knows she gets a peppermint at the end of the day." Nicole had come to Utah from Montana in search of a job and a life away from a mean family and a meaner boyfriend. Lily met her while bartending at Archie's. Nicole was hired into the tiny kitchen to clean dishes and prep greasy bar food. She'd been sleeping in her truck at the time, and Lily dragged her home, gave her a place to stay. They were both broke and totally alone, and they quickly bonded in a way only two women can when they've had enough of their lives being turned upside down by the impulses and bad decisions of men. When Archie suggested Lily as a guide for a crew scouting film sites in Moab, there was no one else she trusted to come along but Nicole. That first trip led to another, and when someone asked about the history and myths around the area, about Butch Cassidy and his gang using these trails to run from the law and hide their loot, and whether it might still be out there, it was like Duke's ghost coming back to haunt her. Lily had immediately thought of his goddamn tally journal, filled with random notes and riddles and stories and maps. It was one of the few things of his with any value whatsoever, and she decided, hell, something good should come of growing up in the shadow of the Duke Wilder. Who knew so many people wanted to play cowboy? But now she'd been at it for 7 years, which was a long time to be at something she'd started out of necessity and barely liked to begin with. The money was enough to quit bartending from May to September, buy back some of the horses she'd had to sell, and pay Nicole. But she was still just treading water. Lily's truck and horse trailer were ancient, and Bonnie wasn't getting any younger. Frankly, neither was Lily. She loved this wild country, but she wanted a real house with kids and land for horses to run. She wanted to put down roots, but growing roots wasn't easy in the desert. "How's the new group?" Lily asked. Nicole picked up a bucket and filled it with weed-free pellets. At the sound, hooves pounded through the dirt as a black and white paint trotted happily toward them, head thrown back as he shook his mane. It would be cliché to say horses were like their owners, but look at either Snoopy or Nicole the wrong way, and they would knock you on your ass with a convenient tree branch and not think twice about it. "Nothing we haven't seen before." Nicole ignored Snoopy nibbling on her shirt before he ducked his head to help himself to the bucket. "There's a loud one, a sweet potato, a creep, and Lily stopped, comb in hand. Creep? She and Nicole could handle themselves, but once they got out on the trail, they would be well and truly alone. He wasn't a problem, was he? Nah. Nick pulled out a handful of barley and offered it to Bonnie. "Just annoying. There's also a quiet one, and he's real cute." Lily lifted a brow, making Nicole bark out a laugh. "I liked the occasional quiet one," she said, "but he looked a little too tame for me. Spent most of the ride here gazing at the sky out the window." Before she could stop it, a memory filled Lily's head of a sweet, sweaty, lovesick city boy moving with purpose above her, a blanket-covered pile of hay beneath her back, the stars visible through a crack in the old barn roof. Leo whispered for her to be quiet, but he didn't stop. If anything, he went harder, swallowing her sounds and biting back his own. Quiet doesn't necessarily mean tame. It was Nicole's turn to look scandalized. "Story time? I haven't heard this one before." "Yes, you have," Lily said and tossed Bonnie's comb into her tack box. Which of them was quiet and not tame? Nick tapped her lips with a finger, her hands already covered in dirt. None you're thinking about. The accountant from Quebec? She held up a hand. Wait, that architect from Oregon. Lily shook her head, shoving the images away. Sun's coming up, and we've got breakfast to make. Nicole paused as awareness landed. Oh, you mean him? Yeah. With conversation temporarily stalled, they both wordlessly moved to the cooking fire. The birds were still mostly silent, more cold than hungry in the breaking dawn, but the song of a canyon wren filled the air. They poured themselves some coffee, got cleaned up again, and started on breakfast prep, knowing the smell of bacon would be enough to rouse the sleepy campers from their tents, even if it wasn't quite enough to lure the sun over the mountaintops. So, what's the plan if we stop doing this? Nicole asked, redirecting, but not necessarily in a direction Lily preferred. She knew money and the prospect of a future without any weighed heavily on Nicole's mind. Frankly, it was all Lily could think about, too. Don't know yet. We can always work at Archie's until we figure it out. A pat of butter hissed as it hit the hot griddle. What about the rodeo? Nicole asked. For the ranch. I used to make more barrel racing than a week working at Archie's. I could enter just to try. I don't know if Snoopy has it in him anymore, Lily told her with a wince. But I love you for thinking of it. Nicole growled, taking her frustrations out on the potatoes in front of her. This is why people in movies do stupid shit for money. Maybe Cassidy had it right, and we should just rob a bank. Didn't work out so well for him, Lily reminded her. Because he wasn't a woman. Men are idiots. Lily laughed, dropping a handful of chopped onions into the hot cast-iron skillet. Even if we have to pour beers and swindle every wannabe cowboy who walks in the place, we'll figure it out. It's you and me, remember? Nicole nodded. Let's just get through this week and we'll go from there. The rustle of canvas tent flaps cut through the sound of Nicole humming over the camp stove. When Lily glanced up, her gaze snagged on the shape of a man stepping through time. The breath was knocked clear out of her. Lily knew all about mirages in the desert, when light bent and refracted and moved through warmer air, causing the eye to see something that wasn't there. She'd seen this particular mirage before, so it took her a moment to get her bearings and realize that this time was different. This time, it wasn't a trick of the light or the air, or even wishful thinking. This time, lovesick city boy was walking right toward her. Chapter 5. So, she bolted. Without a word of explanation, Lily threw the wooden spoon onto the table and sprinted back over to where Bonnie lazily grazed. Ducking behind the horse, Lily hid from view, resting her forearm on her mare's soft flank and working to get her pulse under control. What in the hell? Leo Grady was here. Leo, the man who'd made her believe in happily ever after and then vanished without a word, was here? Needing confirmation, she peeked over Bonnie's back and her heart vaulted into her windpipe. It was him, without a doubt. Tall, lean, smooth, honeyed neck visible above the collar of his North Face fleece. She'd know that neck anywhere. She'd recognize that posture and that long stride from half a mile away. The rest of him auto-filled in her memory, and Lily squeezed her eyes closed, pushing away another deluge of images. It had taken her years to shove them out, and here they were, roaring back like a flash flood, uninvited. She would pray to a god if she believed in one. She'd take off in her truck if she didn't mind leaving Nicole on her own. A glance down at her jeans revealed how worn and dusty they were. Her shirt was faded blue chambray with a big bleach stain on one sleeve. Immediately, Lily felt shabby. Her hair was braided for practicality, not style, and she was wearing more sunblock than makeup. She looked young for her age, but not really in the way most people meant when they said that. If her quick glimpse told her anything, It was that Leo had grown into a full-on man. Meanwhile, here she was, looking poor and unpolished and exactly like the girl he'd left behind all those years ago. That is, if he even remembered her. 5 months together had been wiped out in a single morning. 1 minute he was over her, cocooned in a blanket next to the river, eyes locked on her mouth, his bottom lip trapped tightly between his teeth. And the next, they were inside, staring down at the ranch's old answering machine with a red 29 flashing in insistent, mechanical panic. The rest of that day unfurled in a blur. His mother had been in an accident. She would be fine, the messages said, but was in the hospital, and Leo needed to come home. Leo'd bolted to the bedroom, throwing things in a suitcase. He only managed to pack half of his things before it was time to go, before he sealed his mouth tightly to hers, promising he'd come back. His last words to her that morning had been, "I'll call you when I land." He hadn't. With his mom in the hospital, things had undoubtedly been busy, she'd assumed. His sister, Cora, 10 years his junior, had been only 12. His mother had an important career and many responsibilities to juggle. But when Lily called Leo 3 days later, there was no trace of the soft-spoken, adoring man she'd come to know. Instead, he'd been abrupt with her for the very first time. "I can't do this right now, Lily. I'll call you in a few days." That had been the last time she'd heard his voice. A pathetic late-night Google search a few years back told her Leo Grady had graduated from NYU a year later, that he'd been quickly hired at a small tech company in Queens, then at a bigger firm in Manhattan. He didn't have Facebook, didn't have Instagram, didn't even have a headshot in his company profile. She didn't know if he'd married or had kids. Lily both loved and hated how impossible Leo had been to stalk online. Now, when the ghost from her past disappeared inside the small wooden outhouse, she jogged back over to where Nicole was tending the sizzling pan of potatoes. "What was that about?" Nick asked. "You get bit?" "Yeah, big, bitey thing," Lily answered vaguely. "Hey, do you want to do orientation this morning?" Wearing a bewildered frown, Nicole looked at Lily from under the brim of her hat. Nick always did pickup. Lily always did orientation. Not once had they ever traded these roles. Nicole scooped a big pile of crisp potatoes and onions into an aluminum tray, saying, "Dub, you know the only thing I'd like less than doing orientation is putting my face directly onto this hot pan." With a sigh, Lily reached for the clipboard. One of Nicole's other responsibilities was to pair guests with horses based on the information they provided about height, weight, and riding experience. Unfortunately, the two of them had been doing this so long that Lily rarely looked at the guests' names and assignments until she was gathering them around the breakfast table to begin orientation. Now she glanced down at the assignment sheet. Rider, Bradley Daniels. Horse, Bullwinkle. Rider, Walter Gibb. Horse, Dynamite. Rider, Leo Grady. Horse, Ace. Rider, Terrence Trottle. Horse, Calypso. Lily let out a quiet, "Well, shit." Maybe it's a different neck, a different set of squared shoulders, a different Leo Grady. Frantically, she flipped through the folder of guest forms. On only the second page, her hand froze in midair. The stapled-together photo and form for a man named Bradley fluttered to the ground as Lily stared down at the face of the man she used to know. She closed her eyes to absorb the final blow. A deep-rooted self-preservation instinct made her scratch around to find a legitimate way out of this. Could they cancel this excursion? Cite an incoming storm? Could they claim one of the horses was lame? Could she fake illness? They could. But long ago, Lily had learned it was a waste of everyone's time to fake anything. Staring down at the photo, Lily wondered what he was like now. And she wondered why he was here. Her company was called Wilder Adventures, for Christ's sake. Lily wasn't exactly hiding. "Do you remember what you said earlier?" she asked, looking up at Nick. "About the guests. You said there was a loud one, a sweet potato, a creep, and—" Nicole gazed to the side, thinking, "The quiet one?" The quiet one. And what else had Nicole said? That he was cute? Lily looked down at his photo again. 22-year-old Leo had been cute. He'd been shy and sweet and perpetually lost in thought. But this Leo, he must be 32 years old now, was devastating. In the photo, he appeared to be standing on a balcony somewhere, holding a beer and laughing at the photographer. His hair was still the soft, dark mess she remembered, always sticking up in the morning, falling forward on its own. Glimmering dark eyes. His face had lost the softness of youth and sharpened in the years they'd been apart, at once more delicate and more masculine. His cheekbones were sharper, his jaw more angular, his neck still as long as a summer day, his lips just as full as she remembered. Shit. Nicole leaned in, peeking over Lily's shoulder at what had her so transfixed, and Lily slapped the folder shut, tossing it on the table. Aggressively, she picked up a slab of bacon and started hacking it into thick slices. Each one dropped into the hot cast-iron skillet with a satisfying sizzle. "You okay there, Dub?" "Not even a little bit." "Yeah, I'm good." The group began filtering out one by one, stretching as they stepped out of their tents and pausing to take in the view they hadn't been able to see when they'd arrived. "Oh man, it's gorgeous here." From over near the campfire, Leo's voice filtered to Lily, and goosebumps broke out along every inch of her body. He would see her. He would see her, and she would have to react, and Lily Wilder was a woman who worked her hardest at everything, including remaining at least an arm's length from any emotional entanglement. Leo would be in her space for the next week, and she had no idea how to handle any of it. So, she kept her head down, hiding beneath the brim of her cowboy hat as she carried steaming trays of potatoes, eggs, and bacon to the wooden picnic table in the center of camp. Nicole rang the dinner bell, and footsteps scratched sleepily through dry dirt. When a husky laugh echoed behind her, Lily's stomach absolutely fell to her feet. She knew how a rattlesnake sounded in the brittle bush on the ranch and the raspy croak of a passing raven. She knew the trickling of water in a spring and the impatient huff of Bonnie when she was done for the day. And Lily knew, even after all this time, the deep, vibrating sound of Leo Grady's voice in the morning, the way it warmed up slowly, from rocks to gravel to a smooth, polished stone. Taking a deep breath, she pulled herself together before she turned to face the men lined up for breakfast. "Morning, everyone." Lily didn't have to be looking straight at him to feel Leo's wide gaze swing her way. He sucked in a breath, eyes stunned, and it took every bit of her practiced indifference to appear oblivious. "Go ahead and fill up your plates. Once you're settled, I'll go over the game plan." She smiled as naturally as she could manage, adjusting the skillet and straightening a stack of forks. "We've got a big few days ahead of us, and there's more than enough food for everyone." 3 men crowded around the table, exclaiming about the food and the view. Everyone but Leo. Lily wasn't even sure he'd moved yet. After several seconds, he jerked to life, finding a spot at the far end of the picnic table and slowly lowering himself onto the bench. He didn't bother to take food. He just sat there, pulling a baseball cap on and using it to shield his eyes as he stared down at the wood. God, it was unbearable. Lily's heartbeat was a jackhammer on concrete. "You all met Nicole last night," she said, slowly finding her footing in the words she'd said at least 100 times before. Nick waved from where she was pouring herself a cup of coffee, and Lily was pleased to see everyone's posture straighten in response. "I'm Lily Wilder, Dub to Nicole. Welcome to Wilder Adventures. I hope you're all ready for some good food, great horses, one-of-a-kind adventure, and some of the most beautiful country you've ever seen." The guest Lily assumed Nicole had labeled the loud one, a fit, tanned white guy with prep school hair and perfect teeth, slammed a hand on the table, cutlery clattering. "Bring it on!" "You're here for a guided tour of some of the most remote and beautiful canyon lands on Earth. In the late 1800s, outlaws like Butch Cassidy famously used a long trail that stretched across the West to evade the law. On that trail were Hole in the Wall, Brown's Park, and Robber's Roost. You'll be riding some of it just like they did," she said. Along the way, we'll have some fun games, some home-cooked meals, a little history and geography, and at the end, you'll get to use your newfound skills with the terrain to find hidden treasure. A tall, tattooed man let out a derisive laugh, and Lily glanced over at him as he passed a hand across a thin mustache and wispy beard. Must be the creep. Ignoring him, she continued. I've been in and out of these mountains all my life. I know every trail, every landmark, and plant out here. As long as you do what we say, I promise you'll be safe and have the best trip of your life. That said, I'm in charge on the trail, and when I'm not around, Nicole is. You may have noticed that we are women. If you have any problems following a woman's lead, taking instructions from us, being respectful, or keeping your hands to yourself, you should say something now while we can still call someone to come get you. Nicole placed her comically large knife on the table and smiled at each of them far too long to appear completely sane. Anyone got a problem with that? All but one of them shook their heads, muttering politely. The one Lily could only assume was the sweet potato, soft dark curls, enormous green eyes, and full ruddy cheeks, swallowed audibly, whispering, "No, ma'ams." The lone holdout crossed his arms over his chest, leaned back, and let out a single dry laugh. Question? Lily asked him. He was relatively fit, early 30s, wearing an expression of unmasked disdain. They almost always had at least one of these. Men who came out here thinking they knew everything, that she and Nick were just two cutie pies playing at being tough. They got over these misconceptions by the end of the trip. I'm good. He sucked on his teeth and gave her a brief once-over. Just sitting here being respectful, sweetheart. Glad to hear it. Lily clapped her hands, wishing they could skip this next part. On instinct, she looked to Leo, startled to find his dark, direct gaze pinning her. Eye contact was a streak of fire shimmering through her from head to toe. She felt her neck heat. Damn it. Blinking away, she looked to the sweet potato, who was wearing a bright orange shirt with bold green letters spelling, Howdy. Why don't we go around and you can tell me your names, Lily said, a little about your riding experience and what you hope to get out of this trip so we can make sure it happens. Walter? She looked around at each of them. Why don't you start? That's me, Sweet Potato said, raising a hand and then dabbing at his mouth with the corner of a paper napkin. Walter Gibb, a little experience riding when I was a kid, but haven't been on a horse for a long time. He cleared his throat. I'm a Gemini and single, and I work as a pet health and wellness facilitator. He manages a Petco. The beard cut in with a sneer. Is your name Walter? Lily asked. He looked up at her, annoyed but confused. No, I'm Terry. Then I suggest you stop interrupting and wait until the name Terry is called. Sound good? He gave Lily a gruff look, but, unfazed, she turned back to Walter. Go ahead. Tell us a little about your hobbies. I have a small plot in a community garden, he said, shrugging. Mostly lettuces and flowers, tomatoes. He looked skyward, thinking. I have brunch with Leo and his sister Cora on Sundays, but otherwise I don't have a ton of regular activities. Lily's heart pinched painfully at this mention of Leo's life back in New York, but she pushed past it. And what are you hoping to get out of this trip? Well, when I was a kid, I used to go to sleepaway camp every summer and hated it. I'd spend more time dreading the day my parents would drop me off than I physically spent at the camp. I was an anxious child, so I never canoed or did the obstacle course, or anything but ceramics and campfire songs, really. Last night, I really didn't want to be here. But after sleeping on it, I'm thinking of this as a camp do-over. He glanced at the others before doing a little bow in his seat. Thank you. Nicole snorted. She had a weakness for the soft, earnest ones. He'd already won her over. Terry, Lily said, now it's your turn. He took his time setting down his fork, folding his napkin, holding court. I've been out here a number of times, he said, reaching up the sleeve of his camo t-shirt to scratch his shoulder and expose his relatively unimpressive biceps. Depending on where we're headed, I might have some suggestions on more efficient routes. In my day-to-day life, I run the Cabela's in Newark. He works in the stock room, the loud one interjected. with a flourishing side business of my own. The loud one again. He sells hacked iPhones. Lily was tempted to remind everyone that they'd get a turn and to stop cutting in, but Terry was already on her shit list. She just let them roll with it. For his part, Terry easily ignored the interruptions, leaning back as though holding their rapt attention. I consider myself an adventurer overall, a hunter. I like getting outside, shedding the bullshit of society. Lately, it's too much homo everything and gender-neutral whatnot. Jesus Christ. Outside, at least I can embrace what it means to be a man. Lily felt her fists instinctively curl with anger. So far, I'll admit he's my least favorite, Nicole said, voicing Lily's thoughts without any attempt to lower her voice. Leo choked on a bite of bacon. Lily gave her a warning glance, and Terry continued. I attended the 14-day Ultimate Man Primitive Living course in Boulder, paddled a couple 100 miles up the Colorado River, and did a bungee jump off the Blokran's Bridge in South Africa. You all did these together? Lily asked incredulously. The loud one pulled back in alarm. Are you kidding me? Hell no. No, Terry clarified. These pussies wouldn't have made it out of the parking lot. These were trips I organized with the Cabela's boys. Terry doesn't usually come on these trips, Walter murmured. Ignoring him, Terry glanced at Lily. Sorry, am I allowed to say pussies, boss? What do you think? She volleyed back. Lily didn't miss the way the other three guys seemed to want to vanish into the ether. How would I know what a chick likes? He said, laughing cockily. The loud one barked out a laugh. Lily gaped at Terry, wondering if the world had ever witnessed a self-own that slapped that hard. He hadn't seemed to hear it, but out of the corner of her eye, she could see Leo bring his hands up to his face. She watched Terry pensively. Are you going to be a problem? He smirked at her. Wasn't planning on it. Glad we agree on that. And Lily was officially ready to move on. Blondie, she said, turning to the loud one. You're up. The same age as the others and good-looking, with wavy blonde hair and blue eyes, he stood, smiling a dramatically sexy smile. He knew it, too. In another world and on the right night down at Archie's, Lily could imagine herself going home with him, primarily because she usually chose the terrible, hot ones. I'm Bradley. I don't answer to Brad. I'm a professor of archaeology at Rutgers. A professor of archaeology. Interesting. Lily had met her fair share of them through Duke's work back in the day, and Bradley did not fit the type. Rather than wearing head-to-toe weathered North Face or Patagonia gear, Bradley was in a button-down Western-themed shirt with the word Burberry emblazoned across the chest, and boots that were made of soft black leather with polished hooks and eyelets. What a knob. Those boots would be so covered in God knew what by the end of the week that they'd no doubt be left behind. I've been on a horse once or twice, he continued, but not for years, and even then I'm sure I was pretty terrible at it. I play softball on the weekends, am the greatest uncle in the world to Miss Cora, and run once in a while with that loser down there. He pointed to Leo. Basically, I'm here because I just want to be a goddamn cowboy for a week. Do I pass the test? He dug his hands into the pockets of his very blue, very new jeans. Works for me, she said with an easy shrug, and Walter gave him a sweet, yay, as Bradley took his seat. The enormity of the situation really hit her when she glanced down at the clipboard and registered that there was only one name left. Lily took a slow inhale, steadying herself. I guess that leaves Leo, she said as steadily as her throbbing pulse would allow. With a resigned nod, he stood, and Lily mentally pleaded with her heart to stop its renewed, frantic pounding. He cleared his throat, and she hoped he wouldn't let on that they knew each other. She wasn't proud of what his leaving had done to her. She didn't need that ugly scar put on display today. My name is Leo. I'm 32. He paused, avoiding her gaze. I have experience with horses. Silence seemed to swallow the air around them for a few moments before he continued. I live in Manhattan and I work in IT. After a beat where they were all clearly waiting for more, Bradley burst out laughing. Riveting, dude. Don't be shy. While the IT job didn't surprise her, this manifestation of it did. This version of Leo seemed more remote and detached than sweetly shy. The Leo she knew had been a numbers geek, but gently reverent about them the way a painter is about art. He'd tried his hardest to make her fall in love with math. He had a favorite equation, for Christ's sake. Something about cutting up the surface of a sphere that Lily was sure she still wouldn't understand, even if he'd spent the last decade explaining it. She searched for the tiny clues that he was real, that he was the same man she'd known in that other life. A former lover with skin and bone and muscle right in front of her. When he reached to adjust his hat, Lily could see calluses across the insides of his palms. Not the roughened skin of someone who worked with his hands for a living, but the kind one got from hours at a gym or the occasional home remodeling project. The ruddy color in his cheeks meant he didn't spend all day in an office. He probably took a bike out every weekend or ran in the park. His watch was bulky and expensive, telling him not just the time, but date, direction, altitude. Lily wondered how often he really needed to know any of that in his day-to-day life. He wasn't wearing a ring, and the fact that she noticed this, as well as the rush of relief it brought, made her want to break something. Leo paused, like he was deciding how honest to be. The old version of him had been an open book, at least with her. She had no idea what this one was thinking. Hobbies. I read a lot. I like biking, running, working. Bradley cut in with a sharp laugh. Right. Leo nodded with a wince. As for what I hope to get from this? When he trailed off, she focused on the abused wood of the table. It had been worn smooth over the years, scored and burned in some places, and buckling from the weight of time in others. Lily could relate. I guess I'm looking for adventure. My day-to-day life is pretty routine. He turned his baseball cap over in his hands and seemed to note that the mood had grown solemn. But maybe let's set the low bar of just not dying, he added, and his lips curved into a small grin when the others laughed at this. Even this tiny glimpse of his crinkly-eyed smile made Lily's heart fall like a weight into her stomach. Walter clapped again, louder this time. Okay, well... Lily floundered a little and motioned for Nicole to come forward with a small metal box. I need your phones. If they'd read the orientation material ahead of time, they'd all know this was coming. But Lily found that it didn't matter how much they warned guests. A collective wave of griping and moans would always ripple through the group. Nicole walked along the table, thanking each man as he reluctantly set his device inside the box. You can keep whatever medicine you have, of course, she continued, and if there's anything else you need, within reason, just let us know. We're supposed to be roughing it. The point is for it to be hard. Terry let out a crude snicker. This one was going to be a handful. She nodded toward where she spotted a small GPS unit sticking out of a pocket in his complicated vest. You might want to lock that up in the tack shed. It won't do you any good. Terry closed his eyes, sighing. It's a global positioning system, honey. Working in the middle of nowhere is literally its job. Well, whoever sold it to you didn't ask where you'd be using it. He ran a hand down his beard. Do you understand how GPS works? Lily pointed to where spires of red rock could be seen in the distance. We'll be going there. Batteries run out, cell phone coverage is non-existent, canyon walls block satellites, and out there under the sun, those tiny digital displays are almost impossible to see. You have a paper map in your backpack. You'll need to pay attention to it and to me, not a GPS. Is that clear? She's scary, but I kind of dig it, Walter stage whispered to Leo, who, she noted, managed to hide any reaction at all to this. Picking up a backpack identical to the ones she'd left in each of their tents last night, Lily began to unload it. You've each been given a pack filled with things you'll need. You can use the one provided or your own, but if you use yours, make sure to move every single thing over, including the sleeping bag on your cot. You'll need it all. Anything you want to leave behind will be locked up securely in the tack shed. She smoothed a map flat on the table's surface. A glance around reassured her that she had everyone's attention, including Leo's. It was an enlarged printout of one of the dozens of maps Duke had drawn in his lifetime. Her father knew the American Southwest better than almost anyone, and his expertise had been wildly in demand. Too bad it had rarely been lucrative, at least not for him. Museums benefited, native lands were returned their artifacts, but Duke was never in it for the money. He might have received a small finder's fee to help pay the bills, but it was the thrill of the chase that excited him, untangling clues and slowly unearthing history. It was the hunt. Lily tapped the printout near the ridge where Duke had once carefully written the word horseshoe. This is where we are now. She slid her finger down along the trail, pointing out some of the stops. Tonight, we'll camp at the edge of the spur in Robber's Roost, then on to French Spring below Hans Flat. Now this part is important. She pulled out another map of the area with elevation lines. There were a lot of them. Stay away from the edge of any canyon. I guarantee it's not as solid as it looks, and you're not as athletic and steady on your feet as you think. Don't learn the hard way. Eyes wide with mild terror, Walter nodded earnestly. Throughout the trip, you'll get to solve some clues and use your maps to find the path and eventually find the treasure. She straightened. We'll talk more about the rest as we go, but first things first, we're getting you acquainted with your horses. I want everyone to roll up their tents and pack while we clean up breakfast, and then meet us at the corral. Does anyone need a good pair of boots? The men shook their heads, murmuring quiet no's. Only one person remained noticeably silent. Leo ran uneasy hands over the thighs of his jeans, finally admitting, I do. The last thing Lily wanted right off the bat was a reason to talk to him alone. Right. Her voice was sharp. Leo knew how important good boots were out here. Get your stuff packed and meet me in the tack shed near the horses. He blinked at her, no doubt hearing the razor in her tone. Okay. Lily began stuffing everything back into the pack and noticed that everyone was chit-chatting, lingering over their cold coffee. What are y'all waiting for? You need me to carry you? They scattered, but Nicole stood there, quietly studying her. You want to tell me what's going on? Lily glanced at her and then away. Going on? Nick's blue eyes went wide, and she pushed her hair off her forehead. Oh, we're playing the bullshit game? It wasn't worth trying to keep this from her. I know him. The quiet one. It wasn't even a question. Yeah, Leo. She looked down at her boots and dragged a line in the dirt. Surprised, Nick straightened and looked back over her shoulder. Holy shit! That's him? It's that Leo? From the ranch? Yeah. Did he track you down? Lily was already shaking her head. I'd bet Bonnie that he had no idea I'd be here. Nick sized her up quietly. Should I worry? What? No, I'm fine, Lily assured her. It was forever ago. It's fine. I'm really fine. Sounds like it's fine, she said dryly. They both knew it was a lie, but Nick didn't bother to ask again.
Chapter 6. Leo walked to his tent in a daze, heart racing and palms clammy. With every step, his feet landed unsteadily on the ground. He felt like he'd walked onto a moving platform or into a wormhole. Seeing Lily wasn't unlike being transported back to that first day at the Wilder ranch, when she'd emerged from the barn and his world had instantly tipped upside down. Except this time there was no anticipation, no immediate head rush of a dream that this woman could someday want him. Only the stark recollection that he'd had the perfect love once and had pushed her away. He was supposed to be packing, but instead he sat heavily down inside his tent, shell-shocked. Leo hadn't heard her voice since the morning she'd called him, checking in when he'd failed to. He hated how brusque and sharp he'd been. He'd tried to reach her later, tried to fix it, but by then it was too late. Now she was here, and his blood felt electric for the first time in a decade, his head awash with anticipation and guilt, and something else. Hurt. Belated confusion. Why hadn't she ever called him back? After years of actively working to not obsess about where she was and what she was doing, envious of some imaginary man who got to love her and live the life he wanted, here he was, face to face with his first love, in the middle of nowhere desert. Leo had no idea how to proceed, like everything was fine. Minutes later, when the ringing in his ears eased and he trusted his legs not to buckle, Leo shoved his things into the roomy expedition pack Wilder Adventures provided and exited his tent. The remnants of breakfast had been cleared away, and Bradley was trying to figure out how to pack his tent into a bag the size of a coat pocket. Almost everyone wore jeans and long-sleeved shirts, but when Terry emerged from his tent, he'd changed into yet another set of camo military-style pants, the front pockets bulging with who knew what, and a vest with Velcro and straps and, somehow, even more pockets. "You ready to do this thing?" Bradley asked Leo, who looked over at the shed, feeling deeply unprepared for the next 10 minutes of his life. "I have to grab boots." "If you'd paid attention to the packing list," Terry said, "you wouldn't be on your way to see Teacher right now." Bradley smacked him in the stomach. "Have you seen Teacher? She can bend me over her knee in the barn any time she wants." Just then Nicole passed by, eyes narrowed, and Bradley straightened immediately, muttering, "My bad." Walter, who had just emerged from the outhouse, didn't seem to know what to do with his arms and settled on some kind of salute. "Knock it off," Leo muttered to Bradley before setting his pack aside with the others and making his way to the opposite end of camp. The tack shed was a 20 by 20 wood building next to a corral filled with a handful of excited horses who clearly knew it was almost time to go. Leo reached out, petting a soft nose as he passed, and stopped at the door. The shed leaned mildly in the shade of a spindly Russian olive tree, a wash stall with an ancient truck and a trailer parked just behind. The door was wide enough to accommodate saddles or 50-pound bags of feed and fitted with what looked like a sturdy lock for when they'd be out on the trail. It was meticulous inside, and he was hit with a bittersweet nostalgia at the heady scent of alfalfa and leather. Lily was toward the back, working on something next to a big hook heavy with nylon halters, and Leo cleared his throat, wondering if he imagined the way she stiffened. He wished he could access the right words, the right way to open the most impossible of conversations, but his brain was a tangle. Why was she out here? Why was Lily Wilder, of all people, leading fake treasure hunts when she'd resented Duke's relationship with real ones more than anything? "You need anything other than boots?" She didn't turn around, instead reaching for a lighter to melt the end of a piece of nylon rope. Leo stared at her back, taking her in. Her braided hair was longer than when he'd known her, just past her shoulders. Her sleeves were rolled up, exposing the same toned arms, those perfect calloused hands. Lily had beautiful hands. Long fingers, almost delicate, but capable and strong. He remembered how gentle they were when she stroked the head of her favorite gelding, how steady when handling a spooked horse. Her habit of tapping her fingers restlessly when she was lost in thought. He remembered the way it felt when those fingers danced across his bare skin. Wave after wave of realization left Leo wondering if he would ever get over the fact that it was Lily. Right there. Lily Wilder was just right there. But, he noticed, she seemed to have no reaction to him whatsoever. "I realize this might be a weird thing to ask," he hedged. "But do you remember me?" "Of course I remember you, lovesick city boy." She turned, and the flatness in her hazel eyes read, "Short on time and patience." It was an expression Leo had seen dozens of times, just never directed at him. With him, she'd been standoffish at first, pushing him away almost, he'd realized in hindsight, to test the strength of his attraction. But once she'd given in, she'd been as vulnerable and wide open as the sky outside. She'd given him everything without hesitation. Her body, her innocence, her trust. "So," she prompted, impatient, "do you need anything besides boots?" He had to swallow before he could answer evenly. "No." Lily tossed the rope down and walked to a cabinet, opening it to reveal a tidy collection of boots in various states of wear and tear. She hadn't asked him what size he needed, but Leo figured he'd take whatever he got. Lily stretched for a pair on the top shelf, then walked over to dump them at his feet. A small cloud of dust kicked up around him. "Those should work." She'd already returned to what she was doing. He bent to pick them up and froze halfway. Holy shit. You kept these? Waste not, want not. She was as difficult to crack as the Riemann hypothesis. Straightening, he moved to sit on a dusty trunk and slipped off his sneakers. After a few moments of tense silence, he risked it. I didn't know this was your business. Leo paused, trying again. I mean, I didn't even know where we were headed until we got to the airport. We never... Trust me, Leo, she interrupted quietly. I believe you had no intention of ever running into me again. That's not... He closed his mouth, not trusting what might come out. What was happening here? He'd always known she'd be hurt that he hadn't returned, but what had she expected him to do? With words failing him, he picked up the first boot, staring down at it. The brown leather was smooth in his hand, the heel scuffed but still solid. Years ago, maybe a month before he'd laid eyes on Lily, when Duke told him over the phone that he'd want to get a pair of riding boots, Leo hadn't had the faintest idea what differentiated a riding boot from a hiking boot. In town, Duke took one look at Leo's Timberlands and sent him into Martindale's, where the woman said a good pair of boots could last 10 years if he took care of them. As Leo slipped his foot into one now, he could see she was right. They'd obviously been worn, but when he stood, the inset gripped like it should, and the heel was snug enough not to slip. Still fit perfectly, she hummed in the corner. Acknowledgement, not interest. The familiar, stubborn set of Lily's shoulders creaked open a time capsule buried beneath Leo's ribs, sending a stabbing ache through him. He reached up, rubbing a spot just beside his breastbone. He'd loved Lily so deeply that it changed his biology. Standing here now, it seemed his love for her hadn't gone away. It had just been vacuum-sealed and stored. Back in her presence, the physical memory of his infatuation was released in a deluge, gasping to life, and adrenaline flooded his bloodstream. He knew he'd been excused, but his feet wouldn't move. A heavy, knowing silence stretched between them. How have you been? He finally said. We're not doing that, Leo, she said, not bothering to turn around. We're not long-lost friends. I am the guide, and you are the guest. We're only talking right now because you're paying me. Well then. He bit back a reply, knowing it wouldn't be helpful. There was a canyon of hurt between them on both sides, and 5 minutes in a tool shed wasn't going to bridge it. Besides, they were standing in a room full of sharp ranching implements. The Lily he remembered knew how to use every one of them. There was a pitchfork right next to her, for God's sake. And yet he had so many questions. Lily had always hated these stories, this trail, hated the word treasure. Duke might have been a wanderer, but the Lily he'd known would have had to be buried in the barn at Wilder Ranch before she let someone else run things. She'd never willingly leave. I just wondered what you were doing here, he managed finally. Something ugly settled in his gut. Why are you out here instead of getting the ranch ready for the season? Lily turned on him, and instinct propelled him back a step. It's not my ranch anymore. She lifted her chin. Now get your boots on and head out. We're done in here.
Chapter 7. After a brief orientation to the gear they'd be using, Lily led the group over to meet the horses. Dynamite was patient enough to keep steady as Walter worked up the nerve to step into the saddle. Bullwinkle, as big a jokester as his rider, had Bradley on his ass twice before they'd even left the corral. In a stroke of irony, Terry was matched with Calypso, a grouchy, bitey mare, and after only a moment of hesitation, Leo managed to swiftly mount Lily's most sensitive horse, a beautiful black gelding named Ace. Lily held back a flash of irritation. She would have liked to have seen him fall on his ass, too. They worked on steering, halting, and dismounting. Once they were all comfortable enough for a walk, they tried a trot. Leo and Bradley even attempted a lope, all in the safety of the small fenced arena. But once the guides and guests were out on the trail, the landscape swallowed up the camp behind them, and the guys seemed to realize that every step took them farther and farther from the safety of their everyday lives. No phones, no computers, nobody else to depend on but Lily and Nicole. Lily had the sense that it was going to be a very long week. Because no matter what she did, no matter how hard she blinked or how savagely she pinched her own thigh or stared at the sun to burn something else into her vision, she couldn't seem to shake herself out of the stunning reality that Leo Grady had popped back into her life. A couple of hours into the ride, she could take him in without her stomach clenching. He was still lean, but subtly bulkier in the way swimmers are. Broad-backed, long-limbed, toned. Looking at him now, she could see nothing of the colt still growing into his frame. This Leo was a man who moved with ease in his body. His riding posture was as instinctively solid as it had ever been. Hips forward, back straight but relaxed, heels down in the stirrups, with one hand resting on his thigh, the other loosely holding the reins. Eager, hyper-attentive, 22-year-old Leo faded into a childish fever dream, paling in comparison to this man. That summer it had taken her forever to realize that the way he chased her wasn't standard for him. For weeks she'd assumed he was a player, a flirt pretending to be shy. No one who looked like that and came after a girl with such bare intentions could possibly be as sincere as he seemed. But he was. And the more she'd gotten to know him, the more she'd realized that he was usually reserved to the point of stoic silence. That Leo trusted only the people closest to him with the quiet, raspy flow of his thoughts. And right now, being reminded of how carefully controlled he was, how that same control meant that he would spend hours figuring out her body in ways she hadn't even understood yet, how that control meant that when he'd decided to stay at the ranch with her, she knew he'd thought about it from every angle, but how that control also must have been what allowed him to disappear entirely, like a ghost into fog, made Lily want to knock him off Ace and onto his ass.
"It's fitting I'm riding an Arabian,"
Terry said out of nowhere, dragging 2 fingers over his dusty mustache. He kept moving his horse to the front of the group, and Lily kept telling him to fall back in line.
"Calypso is an American quarter horse," Nicole cut in breezily. "Given that in ancient times," Terry continued, ignoring her, "Arabians were reserved only for men to ride."
"Do you just make bullshit up all day long?" Nick asked. Clearly, she had already entered the tired of a guest's garbage phase. It had barely been 12 hours, a new record.
"It's not bullshit."
Terry took a long pause to clear his throat and launched a thick ball of phlegm to the side.
"The Arabian bloodline is the only pure bloodline left in existence."
No. It was the first thing Leo had said in hours.
"There are lots of other pure-blood breeds, Terry."
"He's right," Nicole said, impressed. Walter angled himself in the saddle to glance back at him. "Did you learn that when you worked on the ranch, Leo?" Leo's eyes briefly flickered to Lily, then away.
Well...
"Ease up on Calypso's reins, Terry," she interrupted, saving them both. But she was relieved to discover that Leo hadn't tipped his friends off to what had gone down between them years ago. She suspected it was just a matter of time before the other 3 figured it out. But the longer she had without them gossiping about her, looking at her differently, the better. Terry huffed out an annoyed breath.
"Calypso is a mare who needs a strong hand."
"She's my horse," Lily reminded him, "and you'll ease up or you'll walk the rest of the way on your own feet." "Today is our shortest day on horseback," Nick said, glancing nervously between Lily and Leo before turning her attention to the rest of the group. "In part because you'll be sore. We'll reach tonight's camp in about a mile or so."
"Another mile?"
Bradley whimpered and tried to find a comfortable position in the saddle.
"I already can't feel my balls."
Just as he said it, they came around a bend and the second night's camp came into breathtaking view in the distance. A dramatic outcropping of wavy, brilliant red rock hugging a small open pasture of russet earth and clumps of spiky green sagebrush. Lily squinted to see the 4 hay bales with fresh targets for the archery competition and 4 others with iron bullhorns protruding for the lassoing. In a locked chest nearby, there'd be 4 sets of locks to pick, 4 books with code to solve, and 4 slide puzzles. Usually, this was Lily's favorite day of the trip. It was the first full day out in the crisp air and unreal landscape. Everyone was excited to be riding, but happy to get off the horse after only a couple of hours. Guests were getting used to the idea that they'd done this for fun, gamely ready for adventure until the end. Tonight's dinner, Chilean cornbread, was Lily's specialty. She loved the games, loved watching the guests with their newfound confidence, loved the usually friendly competition. But this time, she was filled with vague dread, because whatever Terry thought was going to happen when the games came out, he was mistaken. He'd probably never seen Leo in this element. They reached camp in a lazy, dragging, single-file line, the horses faking being tired so they could get their treats, the men genuinely sore and overheated. All except Leo, whose posture remained straight and balanced atop Ace. Damn if he didn't look like he was made to ride that horse. While Lily dismounted and headed to retrieve lunch items from the cooler dropped ahead for them, Nicole guided them over to the short fence where the horses would be tied for the night and have easy access to shade and grass and water. The men climbed down with varying degrees of grace. Leo slid easily from Ace and tied him loosely to the post. Lily ripped her eyes away just in time to catch Terry falling in a tumble and landing on his ass with a satisfyingly rough impact. He pretended to have done it intentionally as he plucked out a long piece of grass and stuck it between his teeth. "The horses pee over there," Lily told him, "just so you know." Terry dropped the grass. Her attention was drawn like a magnet to the left, to where Leo stretched out sore muscles and his shirt rode up. She wanted to look away. She really tried to. But it was like that small, exposed swath of honeyed skin had her eyes under some Vulcan death grip. When he turned to begin taking the saddle off Ace, the fabric of his shirt stretched taut across his back muscles. "That body used to belong to me," Lily marveled. "That man was mine." "Okay," she shouted, oddly loud. Everyone startled, turning to look over their shoulders at her. With a flapping hand, she pointed to the sandwich spread she had begun unloading, the lunch they needed to devour before the games could begin. "Eat." Ignoring her abrupt tone, they descended on the table like they hadn't seen food in a week. She absolutely did not stare at Leo's forearms as he reached for a piece of lettuce to drop on his sandwich, or at the tight clench of his jaw as he took a huge, ravenous bite. "Who can tell me about Butch Cassidy?" she asked, redirecting her brain away from sexy things and toward work and professionalism and the fact that Leo had abandoned her for crying out loud. Lily held up a preemptive hand. "Someone other than Terry." He laughed at this, grabbing a pile of ham by the fistful. "Why? You afraid I might know more than you?" Lily blinked, biting back a sharp reply. "He was a bank robber," Walter called, clearly the peacemaker. "He also robbed trains, and he had a gang, the Wild Bunch." "He did," Lily said, folding a couple of pieces of sliced turkey on her bread. Bradley wiped at his mouth with a paper napkin. "So if this is the actual trail, were they using it to run from the law? Right here?" "That's right," Lily said. "And we're headed to one of the places Cassidy supposedly hid money to come back to later. A lot of people say it's still out here." "That's because it is, sweetie." "Thank you for proving my point, Terry," she said evenly. "Walter, do you remember what I said about the outlaw trail?" "That it stretched across the west. Hole in the Wall, Browns Park, and Robber's Roost?" "Exactly," Lily nodded. "That's where we are, near Robber's Roost, a spot used by many bandits to lay low between heists or hole up during winter. The goal for this trip is to have a good time with each other, to enjoy one of the most beautiful spots in this country, and to follow clues to find the hidden treasure at the end." She cringed inwardly, hating how cheesy and manufactured this all sounded. It hadn't ever sounded that way to her before. But before, there was no Leo, who knew better than anyone how Lily thought Butch Cassidy's still hidden money was one of the stupidest legends to live out here. Walter raised his hand. "Yes, Walter? If a lot of bandits knew to come here, how did nobody else ever find this place?" "The outlaw code," she told him. Bradley spoke around a bite of sandwich. "Honor among thieves."
Lily nodded. If word got out, it'd be ruined for everyone. I guess that makes sense, Walter said. Hey, if we find treasure, do we split it? Nope. Anything you find is yours to keep, Lily said. He frowned. I say we split it. That seems more in keeping with the code. I like that, Bradley said. Great. But in order to do that, she continued, you'll need to solve codes and puzzles, pick some locks, and maybe even see if you can hit a few bullseyes. We're going to practice all of that today. Archery? Terry's chest puffed. I once took down a 10-point buck with a single arrow. Ignoring this, Walter shot a hand into the air again. She said puzzles. I call Leo. Bradley leaned forward, nearly launching the crust of his sandwich at Nicole in his rush to battle this out. Fuck you. I call Leo. You're all working so low, Lily cut in, raising her voice over their bickering. It's a friendly contest. No teams. Amid their overlapping protests, but I've never shot a bow and arrow. Everyone knows Leo is the code master. Don't be so sure, Walt. Puzzles like on Survivor, you mean? Lily stood and cleared out the lunch spread, avoiding the way her ancient lizard brain wanted to remind them all that no matter who called dibs today, Leo had been hers first. Chapter 8. There are 5 stations, Lily told them as they stood in front of the field full of games. The slide puzzle, code deciphering, lassoing, archery, and lockpicking. What about fire building? Terry asked. You're telling me that isn't important out here? She slowly turned her eyes to him. You want 4 amateurs to set fires in the desert, Terry? He shifted on his feet, falling silent, and she continued. There's a toolkit at every station. She walked them through the basics, knowing archery would need to be a little more hands-on. With a tilt of her chin, Lily beckoned them over to the archery setup and showed each of them how to hold the bow, how to nock the arrow, how to aim and release. Only Terry and Leo seemed to have any experience with it. As long as Walter and Bradley didn't shoot the arrow directly overhead or at each other, they'd be okay. What do we get if we win? Terry asked. Nicole grinned around a toothpick. A chance to die like a man. An extra clue, Lily corrected. And an extra beer tonight. That got their attention. Gathering them at the start of the course, Lily blew her whistle and the men jumped into action toward the slide puzzles. All but Leo. He carefully approached his puzzle, observing, but didn't touch it. While the other 3 frantically shifted pieces, turning the board to various angles, Leo stood, staring. What's he doing? Nicole stage whispered out of the side of her mouth. Solving it. As expected, Leo stepped forward, leaning down, and after 10 decisive moves, stepped back. Check. Lily walked over. The image of the red rock landscape had been assembled perfectly. Of course. She gave a stiff nod. Go on. With a little smirk, he was at the code. Leo leaned in, pen in hand, surveying again. This time he tried a few things out, but Lily witnessed the moment it clicked. Oh, he got it, Nicole said. They watched him write the answer and then flip his paper over so Bradley, who had just finished the puzzle, couldn't see. "Want to check?" he asked, looking up at her with amusement in his eyes. Lily set her jaw, shifting her attention to the side as she tamped down the unsettling combination of irritation and attraction. Just go on. He struggled a bit with the lockpicking, but still made it out before Bradley solved the code. Terry made it through the code quickly, but there was no hope for anyone else. Lily didn't think anyone in the history of Wilder adventures had finished the sequence of challenges faster than Leo. He had a lasso made and wrapped around his hay bale steer's horns in under a minute, and surprised even Lily when he hit his 3rd bullseye in archery, and then slowly turned, lowering the bow in his arm as he looked over at her. "Is that everything?" he asked. "You showing off?" she replied. He reached up, scratching his eyebrow and squinting at her,
backlit by the sun. Maybe a little? His gaze burned briefly, only a flicker of heat, but she caught it. Had to remind myself that once upon a time I was good at something other than sitting at a desk. The unexpected vulnerability in his tone hit her like a punch to the stomach. And? Are you satisfied? Satisfied? Finally, a real smile. Not yet. Her breath froze in her chest. Lily had been all wrong. She'd been worried that the pieces of Leo that differentiated him from every other man were gone, muted somehow in the intervening years. But present-day Leo wasn't cold. He'd just been stunned into silence at their unexpected reunion. That shock was ebbing. She could see with her own two eyes that he was still the paradoxical brew of hot-blooded and restrained she'd fallen for years before. And heaven help her. It was warm out, and he was all male physicality and testosterone. Leo had changed into a black t-shirt, and the sleeves hugged his broad shoulders. His jeans hung low on his hips, well-worn and soft. The size 13 boots Lily had tossed at him only this morning were dusty, soft brown leather. Lily couldn't help the laugh that came out of her like a celebration. She wanted to hate him. She wanted to resent this man forever. But how could she? Whether he was aware of it or not, he was looking at her like she was the prize at the end. She blew the whistle again, and all around her, activity stopped. Gentlemen, we have a winner. Walter let out a delighted laugh. But Terry narrowed his eyes, throwing down his rope. You didn't check his code. Didn't need to, Lily said, and turned her eyes to Leo. What's the answer? He lifted one side of his mouth into a smile. Whatever Lily Wilder says, we do. It's a rot cipher. God damn it, Bradley said. How do you know all that? Eagle Scout, he said, still looking right at Lily. They were staring at each other. It was probably too long. Then it was definitely too long, but something happened in the depths of it. A tether, connecting them across time. Hello? Walter said quietly, waving a confused hand in the air. When they failed to look away, a murmur of awareness passed around the group. Wait, she heard Walter whisper. Bradley, her name is Lily Wilder. Wasn't that? Oh, shit, Bradley whispered. You're right. She owned the ranch he worked at, didn't she? She sure did, Lily said. Anger, attraction, and confusion created friction in her bloodstream. The cat was out of the bag, and it was her fault. She knew it. But what could she do? She'd been completely unraveled watching Leo in his element like this. Leo and I go way back, don't we? Leo nodded slowly, exhaling. We do. And even with their past out there for everyone to see, the heated moment didn't immediately break off. Unfortunately, for her own sanity, she needed it to. All right then, she said, wrenching her gaze away. Y'all read the code. Gossip time is over, and Lily Wilder wants you to get cleaned up and set up your tents. Chapter 9. After dinner, too much chili, too much cornbread, an extra beer for Leo, and Lily's wickedly delicious, spicy hot chocolate for everyone else, the group of guests slowly stood, creaking, groaning. In the firelight and stooped over from saddle soreness, they all looked 10 years older. Walt walked to where Lily and Nicole were going over notes for tomorrow's route. I wanted to tell you good night and see if there's anything I can help with before bed. His eyes scanned the area, pausing on the old leather notebook, Duke's journal, on the table. Cool, he said, reaching down and fingering the faded yellow leather strap used to hold it all together. That looks vintage. Neither cool nor vintage, I promise, she told him with a laugh. Just old. Terry dropped his mug in the wash basin and nodded toward the book. Can't find him like that anymore. Sure can't, Lily said, closing the journal and slipping it into her bag. She had no deep love for the words and drawings that lined the pages, but felt protective of the journal anyway. And thanks for the offer, Walt, but there's nothing else to do. You guys should get to bed. Walter mumbled a grateful good night and headed off in an exhausted shuffle. Bradley and Terry looked ready for a few more beers, but they eyed Lily and then Leo sitting alone at the fire pit and seemed to silently agree to file away. Only Nick lingered. When she caught Lily's attention, she tossed an eyebrow skyward and cocked her head, wordlessly asking if Lily wanted her to stay or go. Tilting her chin toward the tents, Lily said a quiet, "Night, Nick." Lily supposed it was time to do this. Once Nick left, she took a seat next to the fire, unsure where to start. She'd initiated this conversation in her head so many times, but it was never satisfying. Her imagination never got it right. The balance of understanding and hurt, of consolation and castigation. Thankfully, he didn't make her. "We don't have to talk about it, you know." Lily released a husky, wry laugh. "I don't see how there's any way around it. We're going to be up in each other's business for the next week. Let's just get it over with." She'd been terrible at having emotional conversations before him. But to be fair, Lily'd been the only daughter of a man with the emotional depth of a teaspoon and a woman who couldn't take the isolation of living in the middle of nowhere with a husband who was never present, even when he was. Her Uncle Dan taught Lily everything she knew about horses and ranching, but his sensitivity bucket was only slightly deeper than Duke's had been. Feelings were never a priority. Lily knew she'd grown up hard, but Leo had made her soft. Over the 5 months they'd spent wrapped up in each other, Leo had broken her down one day at a time until she would tell him practically anything. It had taken some prodding, but with him, Lily would open her mouth and everything would come tumbling out. Truthfully, she hadn't done that in a long time. "Okay." Leo let a thoughtful handful of seconds pass and then pulled out a proverbial 2x4 and took a swing. "So what happened? After I left, I mean." She glanced into her tin mug before taking a sip of the hot chocolate that had long since gone cold. "Starting small, I see. I didn't think you wanted to do the long-lost friends thing," he said, looking over at her. "But maybe it'd be better if I started with, how are you?" Lily kept her attention fixed on the fire, but the press of his gaze was unnerving. She turned and met his eyes, dark and searching. So familiar it hurt. "Actually, yeah, maybe that's easier." "Okay, Lily," he said, and his playful smile tapped against a tiny, vulnerable well of feelings inside her. "How are you?" "I've been better." Lily laughed thickly, pushing back the heavy swell of anger and sadness that rose in her throat. "I guess I was wrong. How are you isn't an easier place to start." His gaze swept over her face, from her hairline down to her mouth, pausing there. That vulnerable well began to upend, spilling dangerously, and Lily turned away. When he spoke again, Leo's voice was so strained it came out as a whisper. "Then maybe I'll just start where I really want to. What happened to the ranch?" She settled her gaze on his when she answered, wanting to see how it would land. "Duke sold it right after you left." Leo went still. "What? Why?" "About a week after, in fact, he handed over the keys." Lily turned her attention down to her hands, where her fingers were knotted together. "I'm not sure if you remember that last morning Duke was heading out of town." "I remember," Leo said, "for a dig." "Turns out he wasn't going on a dig," she told him. "I can't tell you how many times I tried to remember if he told me that, or if I just assumed. He was going to sign papers at a title company. He sold the ranch to a local guy named Jonathan Cross." "I don't..." Leo cut away, understandably confused. "He'd already planned this when he left that morning? It felt like he was leaving everything in your hands." "I know," Lily said, remembering how naive she'd been. How excited she'd been to see him go.
I thought so too. But do you remember he'd left me a note on the table? Leo paused, and then slowly nodded. It was one of his stupid riddles. He couldn't even tell me to my face that he was selling it. It took me an hour to decode when I dug it out of the trash, and the note said he had plans for the money. Probably some big expedition that would get him another National Geographic cover. She wiped her clammy palms on her thigh. I was so pissed I moved out that day. Leo bent, putting his head in his hands. Holy shit. He didn't mention any of this. She was about to continue when his words crashed into her. What do you mean? When did you talk to Duke? When I called you back. Leo said this plainly, stating a fact. The messages I left? Lily, mute with shocked confusion, shook her head. When you'd called me, I'm sorry, he said, neck flushing red. I was arranging my mother's cremation. It wasn't a good day for me, and I know I was short with you, but... What? Your mother's... When I called back, I didn't even get a voicemail recording. I called the lodge, and Duke said you weren't at the ranch and to leave a message with him. The word cremation was looping over and over in her brain. His mother had died. You left a message with my father? He nodded. Yeah, a few actually. Lily's jaw creaked open, words falling flatly out. I never got a message. All I knew was what you told me the morning you had to leave, that your mother had been in an accident but was okay. Leo frowned. I told Duke that my mother had unexpectedly passed away from her injuries, and I wouldn't be able to leave Cora and return to Wyoming. The words landed like a meteor falling from the sky. The impact shook her entire foundation. She'd been angry, acted impulsively. But that brief moment of fury meant that not only had she missed Leo's call, she'd also missed the messages from Duke that Leo's mother had died. She'd been so stupid. I'm sorry, she said, voice muffled. Oh my God. I had no idea, Leo. Slowly she straightened and looked over at him. Guilt beat a heavy thunder in her chest as she got the next words out. I didn't know you'd called. I didn't know your mom died. Cutting himself off, he searched her eyes. Yeah. She felt displaced, disoriented as her memory of those bleak months after Leo left was suddenly like a window wiped clean. I was angry at Duke for selling the ranch, she said, but I wasn't surprised. He was never careful with my feelings. I wasn't answering his calls because I didn't want to hear whatever bullshit plan or excuse he'd concocted. And when days passed and I hadn't heard from you... She shrugged. I assumed you'd gone back to your city life and forgotten all about me. I threw my phone in the river. Leo coughed out a horrified sound, running a shaking hand through his hair. The soft black strands immediately fell back over his forehead. Then this whole time? He croaked. This whole time you thought that you just never called me back. His calm exterior broke, and he turned away from her, letting out a breath that seemed to have been trapped somewhere in his chest for the past 10 years. She wanted to bury herself in the desert. She'd been so wounded, so young, so reactive, so alone. No wonder you were so mad in the boot shed. Leo bent, bracing his head in his hands and letting out a wry laugh. Wow, okay. This explains a lot. Feeling nauseated, she released a slow breath. I wish I had known. I'm so sorry about your mom. No. He turned to look at her. I can't imagine a worse combination of circumstances. I hate that you thought I just bailed. She nodded, swallowing so she could speak. Her throat was suddenly so dry. I know. Mom hung on for about an hour after I got there, he said, eyes on the fire. I'll always be grateful that I got to say goodbye. She'd taken a turn for the worse when I was on the plane. After that, I don't know. I probably did forget about everything else for a few days. even you. I'm sorry, I see it in hindsight. I think something inside me broke, but I couldn't fall apart because... He shook his head. Cora had been with Mom when she was hit by the car, and she was hysterical. Silence blanketed the campfire. Even the embers seemed to go still. The alternate versions of their past branched out into fresh paths in her mind. And for a beat, Lily let herself flounder. If I'd just kept my phone, or if Duke had driven into town to find me, or if the worst of it hadn't happened and Duke hadn't... No. Lily shut down those thoughts. If they had spoken, it wouldn't have mattered. 10 years older, Lily Wilder now understood that she and Leo never would have worked. It was a brutal truth, but it was what it was. They were from different realities. She looked over at him. I assume your dad never came back? All she could remember him telling her was that his father left when Cora was little, that he hadn't been in the picture since. Leo shook his head. One of my mom's cousins in Japan tracked him down, and he basically said, "Isn't Leo old enough to handle it?" It? Meaning his daughter? She asked, gaping. What a piece of shit! Leo nodded, shifting beside her. You got that right. Stillness, understanding, settled in the warm air. At only 22, Leo had been tasked with raising his little sister on his own. You stayed in New York? Brooklyn. Our landlord was great. He didn't raise our rent. I think he actually lowered it, and then kept it there for years. I'm sure it would have been cheaper to move, but Mom was gone. I couldn't leave the only place we'd lived with her. I couldn't do that to Cora. Mom had some savings, and the life insurance money helped. I finished school and got a job as soon as I could. She blew out a slow breath. And you raised her. A proud smile broke through. Yeah. That must have been so hard. On both of you. She's the best thing I've done with my life. She graduated from Columbia last week, did I tell you? She starts medical school in Boston in the fall. Lily whistled, impressed. Wow, good for her. She looked over at him. There's a lot in the middle that you left out about yourself. Did you notice that? Yeah. Leo glanced at her and shrugged, as if his own life were so inconsequential it was just an afterthought. It feels a little like I'm only now coming out of a fog, to be honest. That's a long fog. No kidding. He laughed softly. I had this realization the other night that for the past 10 years I only had one goal, to take care of Cora, and I haven't done anything to plan for what comes next. I'm facing that now. What is my life going to be? She could be no help. Lily didn't even know what her own life was meant to be. Leo bent, picking up a stick and tapping it against one of the rocks in a ring around the fire. She could feel him moving on, remembered the gesture, how he would change the subject with movement before words. His voice carried a new lightness when he spoke. Can I ask you something? Sure. His unsure smile was a slow-growing assault on her libido. What exactly are we going to find at the end of this trip? This was not at all what she expected him to say. You're going to find yourselves, she said with exaggerated sincerity. Your love for the outdoors and sense of adventure. Leo's playfully skeptical face made her laugh. The treasure is mostly stuff that local companies donate, she relented. But by the time the guests figure it out and crack the final codes, they're so proud of themselves it doesn't matter what's in the cave. So you're saying it's in a cave, he detective murmured, pretending to write this bit of information down on the palm of his hand. Lily laughed harder. That might not be the exclusive you think it is. There are a million tiny caves everywhere. Be honest, he said. There will be Mardi Gras necklaces and fake jewels inside a plastic treasure chest, right? Their gazes danced together. There might be yo-yos and branded stress balls. Finally, she broke the eye contact, feeling too warm,
and took her outer layer off, ignoring the way his eyes tracked her bare arms.
"Okay," he said. "Well, I promise to be a good sport and to keep Terry in line as much as possible."
What's his deal, anyway?
"We went to school together, but he's more a friend of a friend, someone I see at weddings and stuff. He's never usually invited on these trips for obvious reasons. If he gets to be a problem, I'll handle it."
She nodded, leaning back and settling her feet on a big rock bordering the fire.
"One last question," he said, "if we're still clearing the air."
Lily hummed. The fire was gently warm, and somehow it matched the energy between them. Calming. Thawing. Nothing was exploding and shooting heated sparks into the sky. "Go ahead."
"Whatever happened with Duke?" he asked. "Did you two ever work it out? Where is he?"
Laughing wryly, Lily pressed a palm to her forehead. How many cans of worms would they open tonight? But the first words of her answer were drowned out by the abrupt sound of Nicole hollering, "What the hell are you doing?" Before she even registered she'd moved, Lily was up, jogging toward the tents just as Terry yelled back, "Taking a fucking leak, princess." Lily paused, relaxing in relief before rounding a small grouping of rocks to reach the tent circle. In the shadows, Terry stood between his and Nick's tents, with his pants slung low on his hips and his... Oh, God! She quickly looked away. "This fool was pissing on the side of my tent." Nick seethed, pointing to where Terry stood with his dick in his hand. "Are you out of your damn mind? Pull your pants up."
"It's late," Terry reminded her snidely. "You told us not to wander away in the dark, didn't you?"
"Yeah, but you can take 10 goddamn steps to pee." Deciding this wasn't a crisis that required both of them, Lily moved away, pulling in a deep breath. She felt whiplashed. On her left was Terry being Terry. On her right lingered the emotional contrails of her bombshell conversation with Leo. Counting to 3, she let the adrenaline clear from her blood. But it was slow to diffuse, and even after several deep breaths, her fingers shook. She still felt unsteady. The truth was all settling in now. She thought he'd left to help his mother recover from a broken leg, maybe a concussion. In Lily's world, people got injured all the time. But when she was young, no one she'd known had ever died from an accident. It had never crossed her mind that when Leo had gone home, everything might have been so much more terrible than they'd understood. She'd seen herself as the wounded party for so long, but now had the nauseating realization that they were all simply the victims of shitty circumstances. Leo stood nearby, an unspeaking and unmoving presence. She could turn around and go back to her spot next to the fire and answer the enormous question he'd just posed. Whatever happened with Duke? But an even larger part of her knew they could have the conversation, and it wouldn't matter. The truth about tragedy was that once it struck, nothing on this wide green earth could make it any better. Leo had been her spark, had brought a glimpse of love and laughter and security into her life. But his departure had only proven what she'd already known. Good things don't stick around. The air away from the fire was cool and dry, and when Lily looked over her shoulder at him, she saw in his eyes that he knew it too. Their moment had passed. He smiled, releasing her.
"Sleep well, Lily."
Chapter 10. Not even 7 days a week of the toughest Tabata class at the Upper East Side Equinox could have prepared Leo for the pain that greeted him every morning of this trip. By their 4th day, it was slightly easier, but that first step out of the tent remained excruciating. For the first 20 minutes every day, he could barely walk, and it wasn't just a sore ass and legs and back. Even taking a deep breath was painful. Bending to spit out his toothpaste caused a frantic spasm in his side. He wasn't sure whether he should blame the cold, the dry air, the hours on a horse, or the nights spent sleeping on the ground, but he woke up feeling like he'd aged a decade. 2 full days had passed since he and Lily had talked at the campfire, and she was doing her best to avoid him. Sure, she'd asked him if he wanted more potato salad at lunch and told him to stop letting Ace graze along the trail as they rode, but they hadn't talked about anything meaningful since, had never returned to the subject of whether she and her dad ever reconciled. It felt like a code half-cracked. From near a small cluster of rocks where Nicole had fashioned a makeshift hand-washing station, a jug of fresh water, soap, a couple of clean hand towels, Leo looked out at the slowly brightening morning, at the spires of rock crowded together in the distance. They'd passed a few signs of civilization over the last few days, the occasional piece of trash, a broken bike tire or marker along the trail, but it was easy to see how isolated they'd become, even a few miles out. This was desolate terrain, but breathtaking, alternating between flat sandy ground, steep drop-offs, and towers of carrot-colored rock faces. Wiry thickets of sage-green scrub grew thick and lush where the ground had been carved away and water collected. Spindly trees showed the persistence of life, finding purchase wherever they could. The sunrise hit the red rock from every angle, illuminating the landscape in startling shades of tangerine, rust, crimson, and wine. In a couple of hours, the sky would be almost startlingly blue. Already it was intensely bright, the air so parched his eyes itched. With the soft nickering of horses and the smell of camp smoke filling the air, Leo could almost imagine cowboys thundering through this passage, the dust and cacophony of herds of cattle and horses. Until a grunt rose from the ground, and Leo glanced down to see Walter half in and half out of his tent, shirt bunched up around his ribs, face pressed to the red dirt. Leo dropped his toothbrush back into his toiletry bag. "Hey, Walt." He looked up at Leo, eyes droopy and pitiful. "My ass is crying." And Leo's spine felt welded in place. "Took me 10 minutes to get my shirt on." "Will I ever sit like a normal person again?" Walt asked, voice thin. "I don't even remember how it feels to approach a chair without dread." Wincing, Leo slowly bent to help his friend up. "I'd like to take off my own back and beat Bradley with it." Together they hobbled their way toward the fire. Nicole, already working on breakfast, watched with amusement as they attempted to sit gracefully down on a slab of sandstone. "It gets easier, I promise." Walter looked betrayed. "You said that yesterday!" Leo glanced up in time to see Lily approaching with a pair of saddle blankets in her arms, and just like the past couple of days, she avoided his eyes. Her hair was braided under her Stetson, her jeans already dusty. She'd probably done more before 6 o'clock than most people did all day, and just seeing her in the muted morning light made his heart do an aching nosedive. "You might also want to take some ibuprofen," Lily said. "We have a 6-hour ride today." Walter exhaled a terrified 6. Nicole appeared, handing him a steaming mug of coffee, and he accepted it with a stiff bow. She gave the second mug to Leo before heading back to the table. It felt suddenly ridiculous that life could move on like this. A few days ago, he'd been in his safe but boring life, sitting in meetings or answering emails for 9 hours a day. Today, he felt like he'd been yanked up and planted back on the earth upside down and inside out. In contrast, Lily moved around with more ease than before their talk. Like they'd covered enough of their history to simply close the door and move on. Leo wasn't sure if he wanted the door closed. He still had so many questions about the intervening years, and part of him, admittedly a new, unsteady part, thought he might want the door blown open instead. He wanted to finish their conversation. He wasn't letting her evade him today. His eyes lingered as she threw another piece of wood on the fire and carried a Dutch oven to where the flames had burned down to coals. When she straightened, she caught him staring. But he didn't look away. "What the fuck is this?" Nicole was holding a burnt cigarette butt. "Idiot tourists smoking out here?" She stomped over to the designated garbage bin. "Gonna set this whole goddamn canyon on fire." "Did anyone hear rustling last night?" Walt asked. "It sounded like someone walking around outside." "Probably just animals looking for supper," Lily told him. "We're the intruders here, camping on their dinner table." Walter's cup wavered in his hand. A tent flap opened and Bradley emerged. He stretched in the rising sun, a little scruffier than when they'd arrived, but definitely more bright-eyed than any of the rest of them. "God damn, I slept good." When he lifted his shirt to scratch his stomach, Leo noticed the way Nicole and Lily paused to watch and felt a hot swell of irritation in his gut. Bradley walked toward one of the larger sandstone ledges, propping a boot on the lip of a steep crevice, fists to his hips as he surveyed the vista. I feel alive out here. My heart is racing, my blood pumping. Terry joined them a few minutes later, looking only marginally better than Leo felt. I have a few suggestions for routes today, he said, picking up an apple. We've got it taken care of, Terry, Lily told him, ignoring his disappointment. Get your tents packed and ready to go after breakfast. It's going to be a long day. She hadn't been kidding. The heat of the day had sapped the riders of any remaining enthusiasm by the time they finally reached camp. Ace's shadow stretched long across the ground, distorted by pinyon pine and scraggly patches of juniper that thrived there in the arid soil. They secured the horses, then all gathered a safe distance from the edge of the mesa overlooking the vast canyon below. Jesus Christ, that's far down, Bradley said, attempting to see over the sheer drop-off. He lifted a hand to his forehead. I'm dizzy just looking at it. Where are we again? Maze Overlook. And careful, Lily warned with an outstretched arm. If you fall, you die. Obediently, Bradley stepped back. Leo studied the section of canyon in the distance far below, with its intricate serpentine formations. It doesn't look real. It really doesn't, Lily agreed. Can you believe that was all done by rainwater searching for the sea? That makes me a little sad, Walter said. Leo had never wished he could fly, but he did just then. There was something about the canyon that made him want to explore, to swoop from the top of one red rock pillar to another and down into the literal maze of intersecting slots. It was both exquisite and sinister. We're not going down there, are we? Walt asked. No way, Terry said. You pussies wouldn't last a day out there. Walter stared at him. Have you done it? Terry held out his arms as if this should be obvious. Dude. Do you ever take people down there? Leo asked Lily. She reached into her pocket for her ever-present lip sunscreen, and it would take red-hot pokers to drag his eyes away while she applied it. Sure, but only experienced hikers and only certain areas. The backcountry is really remote. Some people go in by river or in high-clearance four-wheel drives, but roads only get you so far, and you have to do the rest on foot. She pressed her lips together, spreading the balm. Leo swallowed heavily, ripping his gaze away. Bradley let out a quiet laugh beside him, nudged him in the ribs. You okay there? You could do it in one day, Walt, Nicole said. You'd need a good guide, but it's not impossible. Look at you and Dynamite. Bet you never thought you'd be out here riding like a real cowboy either. Walter was still anxiously studying the maze. Lily turned back to a stretch of dirt behind them. We're going to set up camp over there, but first, she turned to a supply crate that had been left ahead and dug inside, pulling out a small wooden box. While Nick and I feed and water the horses, I want you to work on this together. You're going to need what's inside here if you want to eat. Walt stared at the tiny box in her hand. Our dinner is in there? Terry rolled his eyes. Yes, Walter, she's planning to feed us pellets that expand into real food in our stomachs. Cool, Walt murmured, excited. Leo tipped Walt's hat over his eyes. I think she means there's a key or something inside. That's exactly what I mean. Without looking at him, Lily handed Leo the box. The key to tonight's dinner box is in here, but it's pretty tricky, so get to work. Bradley already looked smug. I don't want to disappoint you, Lily, but that slide puzzle the other day was just the tip of the iceberg. Our Leo here can figure out anything. I've locked myself out of my apartment 4 times, and Leo always got me in, Walter agreed. Leo straightened, heating self-consciously under Lily's quiet focus. You should see me play Tetris, he joked awkwardly. Her brows rose in amusement. I bet it's fascinating. Riveting. A tender green vine of infatuation wound its way through his ribs and squeezed. He swiped absently at his chest as if he could bat it away. Lily was gorgeous and whip-smart, and even more capable than she'd been all those years ago. But he knew better than anyone that their lives were puzzle pieces, cut from 2 different pictures. But as she let her gaze linger on him for a beat longer, the vine squeezed again, harder now. She nodded to the box in his hands. Well, good. Because I mean it when I say you won't eat tonight until you've got it out. I really hate you. Leo glared at Bradley across the wooden puzzle they'd been working on for nearly half an hour. Can we just agree ahead of time to do the dinner dishes to earn the key? Walter called out to the guides. My stomach is eating itself. Oh, Sugar, you're doing the dishes too, Nicole told him, smiling sweetly. If you would just focus, Bradley hissed. We have to be getting close. Close was meaningless. The puzzle box was only about 6 inches by 6 inches and made of wooden planks with a small maze inlaid into the surface of each one. Each maze contained a pin, and the object was to figure out how to slide each pin so its corresponding plank could be removed. The problem was that they had to work together to get every pin into its correct position, and even though Leo could see exactly how it had to be done, with 3 of their big hands stuffed into the tiny space, it was challenging. After more than 6 hours in the saddle, and with the proximity of dinner making their stomachs rumble, challenging became an understatement, which, he realized, was the point. The upside, at least, was that with only the 3 of them, they were working relatively well together. Terry had gone off on his own, doing who knew what. What are you going to do about... Bradley trailed off, tilting his chin to where Lily and Nicole were off checking on the horses. I've known you for 13 years and never once seen you look at a woman like that. With a dry laugh, Leo told him, I don't think that's going to be the vibe between us this week. What are you talking about? You two were up for a while the other night. Stars, campfire, tents. The scene writes itself. We were just clearing the air. He shook his head. She never got any of my messages. She didn't know about Mom. She thought I just left and forgot about her. Poor Lily, Walt said. Bradley waved this off. You can't talk about your mom dying if you're trying to score. You have no game, Leo. Leo reached over to free one of Walt's fingers from where it had gotten stuck. She lives in Utah. I'm in New York. If you drew a Venn diagram of our lives, the circles wouldn't touch. I'm not talking about holding a commitment ceremony out here, Bradley said. Just a little fun. It would be complicated. He looked around to make sure Lily and Nicole were truly out of earshot. We could ask Nicole to take us on a walk tomorrow morning, so you and Lily can play a little butter the biscuit. Bradley, clean the carpet, check the oil, ride the flagpole. I understood the biscuit metaphor. Leo held a pin with his index finger and reached around the box to push another with his thumb. I'm just ignoring you. Slime the banana, Bradley said, and Leo winced as Walter gasped. That one is gross. I thought you were ignoring me. Shut up, I think I have it. Focusing, Leo used the side of his thumb to shift one of the pins into place with a click, and the wooden plank slid to the side to reveal a small opening. Oh my God, Bradley said, jumping to his feet. Leo, you fucking did it. Leo peered into the slot and could barely make out the glint of a small key attached to one of the sides. He tried to reach it, but couldn't. The opening was too small. Can you get that? He said, showing Walter. Walt tried, but failed. We need Terry's tiny hands. Where is Terry? Lily said, approaching with perfect timing. Walter shrugged. Wandering? What? Lily was immediately annoyed. You guys are supposed to stay together. Bradley was unconcerned. He probably just walked a mile to pee this time to make a point. Relax, a voice called. Footsteps crunched through the dirt, and everyone turned to see Terry emerging from behind a jagged rock. Was out doing a little exploring. You're not supposed to leave camp alone, Nicole said. If a cougar gets hold of you, I'm not hauling what's left of your body back to town. If a cougar gets me? He laughed, sucking his teeth. Come on, Nicky. You're not that old yet. Nicole paused, then took a step forward. Lily blocked her with an outstretched arm. Terry, do we need to review the rules? He laughed this off too, taking a seat on a wide rock and nodding to Bradley. Dude, did you buy the nagging wife package of the expedition or what? Lily froze, letting out a quietly controlled, Pardon? But Nicole's attention had snagged on the bag at Terry's feet. Terry, she said carefully, what's that in your bag? Walt, happy to distract from the tension, clapped.
Yeah, Terry, what's in your...
When he registered that Nicole wasn't playing around, his expression straightened.
Wait, what is that in your bag? Isn't that Miss Lily's journal?
All eyes swung to the backpack at Terry's feet. Tangled in the zipper was very clearly the yellow leather string that wrapped around the notebook Leo had seen Lily occasionally holding over the last few days. Terry bent, trying to shove it out of view, but it was obvious to everyone what had happened. He'd taken Lily's journal.
Are you crazy?
Walter asked, letting out a confused laugh. Lily took a step forward, but Terry stood abruptly, grabbing the backpack and shuffling a few steps away. Hold up. The earth went completely silent as everyone grappled with what was going down. Dust kicked up around Terry's legs, and he slowly slid the backpack strap over his shoulder. He glanced away, like he might make a run for it. Bradley murmured, looking around at the rest of them.
What the fuck is going on?
Terry, Lily said, frowning. That's my journal.
It's your dad's journal,
he corrected. At the sinister timbre of Terry's voice, Leo put the puzzle down, ignoring the metallic click of the pins sliding back into place. Uneasiness spread in a queasy rush through him. Well, it's mine now, she said pointedly but calmly, and I'd like you to give it back. Terry's expression was an eerie paradox. Eyes flat, jaw tense, wooden smile, nostrils flared.
I was just reading it.
Right, she nodded slowly. Without my permission.
Still don't see what the big deal is, he shrugged. I was just looking at some of Duke's maps. I don't think you even use them, do you?
Who's Duke?
Walt whispered.
Her father,
Bradley whispered back. Guys, Leo hissed. Walt ignored this, asking Bradley,
How'd you know that?
Terry told me.
Guys.
When did...
Halfway through Walt's question, Terry let out a scoffing,
Idiots,
and moved to brush past them. Struggling to understand whether Terry was serious with this nonsense, Leo bolted forward, catching him with a hand around his shoulder. Hey, we're not done here. Give Lily her journal back. But instead of complying, Terry wheeled on Leo, hooking a fist into his jaw. Pain cracked across the side of Leo's face, and he stumbled back, weathering the shock and impact of the punch. Surprised voices burst out from all sides, and Leo moved into action, stepping forward and shoving Terry's chest. What the hell was that?
Jesus Christ, Terry said. None of you have any idea how much money is out here, do you? Just keep going along with this fake...
Walt shocked everyone by dashing in, swiping the bag off Terry's shoulder, and, like it was on fire, throwing it to Bradley, who threw it to Leo. Terry charged forward, but Bradley and Nicole held him back as Leo moved several steps away. He ripped open the zipper, and his stomach dissolved the second he saw what else was in there, just beneath the journal. Terry, Leo said flatly, passing the journal to Lily and looking up at Terry in stunned confusion. Man, what do you need with a gun?
You brought a gun? Walter shrieked. I couldn't even bring my bidet.
When Bradley leaned forward to look, Terry broke free of their hold, lunging for Leo. Ripping the bag from Leo's hands, Terry backed up, pulling out the gun. Looking around wildly, he reached for Nicole, and before Leo could process what was happening, Terry roughly grabbed her arm and jerked her back against his chest. Lily let out a broken cry, and a spiraling shimmer of panic shot through Leo.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Bradley said, hands up and voice high with shock.
What's happening?
Terry? Lily said, her voice quaking violently. She immediately tossed the leather-bound notebook onto the dusty ground between them. Terry? Hey. Take it. You can have the journal. It's fine. Just put the gun down. Leo held his hands up. Fear scaled his chest like a jagged sheet of ice. Let's calm down. We just wanted to know what's going on.
What's going on is you're being a nosy little bitch.
Spittle flew out with Terry's words getting trapped in his mustache.
Go chase after the hot daughter some more, Leo, and just forget about this.
Someone skin this man alive, Nicole seethed, gritting her teeth against the press of the gun. Nick, Lily whispered. Be quiet, honey. You're not going to shoot her. Come on, Bradley said. This is just a big misunderstanding. You'll put it down and we'll keep the trip rolling along like before. We'll pretend this never happened. Right, Lily? Lily swallowed. Of course.
It's not that simple, Terry said.
His eyes roved the scene, over their faces, across the landscape, behind him where the lip of the canyon loomed, far too close. Scrambling forward, he bent awkwardly around Nicole's body and grabbed the journal before scooting away from the rest of them.
Lily,
Walt murmured,
what the hell is in that book?
It's just my father's notes, she said, and swallowed. He can take it. It's fine. Okay, Leo said placatingly. Terry, you have the journal. Let Nicole go.
I'm taking her with me, he said, voice tight. If you follow us, I'll shoot.
Anger and panic were a salty tide rising in Leo's chest. He couldn't let Terry leave with her. He would worry later about what was in the journal, about the loose cannon Terry had morphed into, about what any of this was really about. Right now, he had to get the gun out of Nicole's face. His eyes shifted to where the barrel pressed into the soft skin of her cheek. Her eyes were squeezed closed, her pulse a riot in her neck. Without thinking, Leo exploded forward, grabbing her free of Terry's hold and tossing her behind him. Immediately, he wrapped a hand around Terry's fingers on the gun, wrestling it skyward. A shot rang out, and everyone but Leo and Terry ducked for cover, screaming. Terry wrenched the gun free, shuffling back a few more steps. If possible, his skin grew redder, face flushed with anger as he swung the shaking gun at Walt, then Leo, and finally to Lily, crouched with Nicole in her arms, off to the side.
Just chill the fuck out, he shouted.
Terry, Bradley said, his voice shaking. Man, put the gun down. I'm not fucking kidding here.
I should have known it would be like this, Terry seethed. Surrounded by a bunch of cowards.
We shouldn't have come here as a group. Don't do this, Bradley said quietly. Why are you doing this right now? Don't ruin the trip, man. But Leo knew that ship had sailed long ago. Holding his shaking hands out where Terry could see them, Leo, with his heart in his windpipe, took a cautious step forward and then another. Terry, I'm going to reach for the gun, and we're going to put it down. You can take the book and go, whatever you need. It isn't worth this. Leo reached out, wrapping a hand around the barrel. But as soon as he tilted it to the side, Terry registered that he was fucked. Panicking, he reached with his other hand to try and claw at Leo's face, and before Leo knew exactly what was going on, the two were wrestling with a loaded gun between them. He heard Lily cry out his name. His heart was in his skull now, pounding, pounding. Everything around them was dust and panic and noise. Walt grabbed onto Terry's gun arm, trying to help Leo wedge the barrel from Terry's grip. The gun came free, falling to the ground in the melee. Bradley came for Terry's other arm, finally managing to drag Terry away. Furious, Bradley wrapped his fists in Terry's shirt, walking him backward. Are you out of your mind? Bradley shouted into his face. His normally placid expression was tight with adrenaline and fury. What the hell is wrong with you? Red dust had kicked up, leaving them all disoriented. Leo had no idea whether the rocky lip of the canyon was in front of him or behind him, so he carefully went down to his knees, feeling around to regain his bearings. Somewhere in the past 30 seconds, the shouting had stopped sounding like individual words and was now only a din. Squinting up into the gritty cloud, Leo reached forward to grab Bradley's calf, desperately yelling for him to let Terry go and get down. So Bradley did. Terry's face went round with shock, eyes wide and arms flailing as the dust cleared, and all 6 of them seemed to realize in unison that only the very tip of one of his shoes had any remaining contact with the fragile lip of the canyon. And even that slipped away as Terry's weight and momentum propelled him backward. Over the edge, for just a heartbeat, Terry appeared to be running in place on top of nothing but air. Leo reached out, grappling into the emptiness. But Terry was gone. Leo was astounded at how fast a human body could fall. He had never, not once in his life, heard such silence. It was as if Terry had pulled all of the sound with him when he plummeted. For 2, 5, 10 heart-pounding seconds, they stared at the empty space that Terry's body had just occupied. Delicate swirls of dust danced around them in the fading light. "No way that just happened," rasped Bradley. "Maybe," Walter wondered. "Maybe he survived?" Shuffling to the edge and staring down together, the group struggled to catch their breath. The fall was so far, it was impossible to see clearly from where they stood, but the five of them winced together when a tiny puff of dirt rose up from the distant ground. Even if nobody said it aloud, they all knew he hadn't.
Chapter 11. No one moved. The numbness began in Lily's fingers, spreading up her arms with shocking velocity as she registered what had just happened. "What did I just see?" Nick asked, voice high and thin. "What am I seeing right now?" Bradley turned with wild, hysterical eyes and, as if his emergency glass case had been shattered, yelled, "Terry went over the fucking cliff!" Butter in a frying pan, Lily's thoughts melted away. Nick's face, Leo's face, Bradley, Walter, they all told the same story. They'd really seen Terry fall over the edge into the canyon. Her ass hit the dirt. Dread filled her like the cold, violent rush of ocean water into a cave, and something broke loose in the group. Chaos erupted. Bradley was still yelling. Leo yelled at Bradley to stop yelling. Walter yelled that his lower intestines were very sensitive to stress. Nick started yelling at all of them to shut the hell up and calm the hell down. Each one peered and gestured over the edge of the cliff. But to Lily, all of it sounded like it was happening many, many miles away. White noise roared in her ears. This wasn't falling off a horse or breaking a leg. A person had died on one of her tours. A man was dead. Get it together, Wilder. Fucking get up. She scrambled to her feet, crossing the last few paces and jerking them all back from the ledge. When she hurled him away, Bradley rolled, coming to a stop on his side. He shoved a hand into his hair and groaned, holy shit, I've never seen someone die before." Lily's voice was white-knuckled calm. "Breathe." "I can't believe this," Walter babbled. "Everything was so crazy and chaotic, and I can't believe—" "Wait," she cut in, gut locking up. The last few moments before Terry's fall were a confusing snarl of dust and limbs and shouting. Did someone push him? Walter pointed and stammered out. Bradley did. "It was an accident," Bradley screamed. "Why would you say that?" "She asked," Walter screamed back. "I didn't want to be rude." "He had a gun," Bradley cried. "What the fuck was he doing with a gun?" "You're the only one who wanted him to come." "I didn't, but he—" "Everyone, shut up." Lily almost couldn't consider what had led up to this moment. Terry with Duke's journal, planning to take it and Nicole with him into the desert. The only thing she could think about was the way he'd been there 1 second, suspended in air, and gone the next. There was no way he'd survived. "I can't even hear myself think." Okay, Bradley babbled. "We can handle this. Here's what's going to happen. We're all going to just turn around and go home, right? Terry took off. Terry left us. He's been saying this whole time that he doesn't need us to survive out here. What if he left? What if he left and we have no idea? It's possible, right?" "Oh, that is not happening," Nicole warned him. "You want me to lie to the police and say Terry's still alive somewhere? Boy, I'd have to give myself back to God before I could do that." "Bradley," Leo said soothingly, "it's going to be okay. Come on. We'll tell the cops exactly what happened. Terry had a gun. He held it to Nicole's head. We were all scrapping, and it was confusing. You didn't do anything wrong." "The hell he didn't!" Nicole shouted frantically. "If Walt says Bradley pushed him, then that's good enough for me. The rest of us are not taking the fall for him. Case closed." Lily bent at the waist, roughly pressing the heels of her hands to her eyes. This was bad. It was so bad. She was never getting out of this hole. A wrongful death suit was coming, maybe criminal negligence charges. Even if they all said Terry held them at gunpoint, she was supposed to ensure all the guests' safety. That meant no firearms, no illegal substances. It had never been an issue. She'd stopped searching bags ages ago. What the fuck was she going to do? Aside from dude ranching and bartending, this was all she knew. Lily had wanted to quit before, but that wouldn't even be an option now. How on earth would she survive? But, she thought darkly, making ends meet is a best-case scenario. Maybe I'll be in prison. The arguing around her seemed to grow in volume, but before she registered what was happening, a hand wrapped around her elbow and she was pulled to Leo's side. "Bradley?" Leo's voice carried a rare waver beside her. "Bradley, what are you doing, man?" The gun shook wildly in Bradley's trembling hand as he pointed it at Nicole, Lily, then back to Nick again. "That's not what happened, Nicole." "Bradley." Now Leo's words were steely and low. "Think this through." Awareness came at her like a train as the barrel swung her way again. "But I didn't push him," Bradley yelled. "Yeah, you're acting real innocent, aren't you?" Nicole growled. "Nick," Lily murmured, "you're not helping." A handful of yards away, Walter bent, clutching his midsection and groaning. "Oh, God, I'm gonna shit my pants." Lily took a step closer, palms down. "Bradley, put the gun down." "It was an accident," he said, voice high and panicked. "And we all know that," Leo said. "Don't make this worse." "Just let me think," Bradley cried. "Holy shit, let me think." "You start by calming down, man," Leo said slowly. "Calm down and put the gun on the ground. This isn't who you are." "Do you even know how to use a gun?" Walter asked. "Of course I know how to use a gun." Walter frowned. "The safety is on, though." There was a tiny click, followed by Walter's quiet, "Oops." And Lily watched as Nick unsheathed her knife and, to Lily's horror, stepped up behind Leo to press it against his Adam's apple. "Nicole Michelle!" Lily yelled. "What the hell?" She ignored this. "Drop it, Brad." "It's Bradley," he barked. "He's actually really weird about being called Brad," Walter offered. "If you want him to put the gun down, don't—" "If y'all don't shut the fuck up and get that gun out of Brad's hands," Nick yelled, "I am going to open this man from his chin clean down to his testicles." Lily's stomach withered as she met Leo's eyes. They were trained, unwavering, on her face. Now was not the time to tell him that Nicole was raised by parents who owned a butcher shop. "You're liable here," Bradley told Lily. "She's not the one who pushed a man off a cliff," Nicole volleyed back. "You're our guides." "You signed a waiver." Bradley froze. "We didn't sign a death waiver." "That's literally what it is," Nicole yelled. Lily flinched as a tiny line of blood ran down Leo's neck. "Nick," Lily said as steadily as possible. "You're cutting him, honey." "Who says you didn't push him off?" Bradley growled. "You hated Terry." Nicole came unglued. "Everyone hated Terry." Undeterred, Bradley rolled on. "We have more witnesses than you do. We could say whatever we wanted." "Bradley," Leo said, hands out, palms down. "Get your shit together. Terry held us at gunpoint. We were defending ourselves. You're not going to shoot anybody, and you're not going to pin this on them either. Don't make this worse. Come on, be reasonable. How would I explain this to Cora?" Bradley took a gasping breath before dropping the handgun like it was on fire. He immediately burst into tears. "Shit, I'm so sorry." He collapsed to his knees. "I'm freaking out. Sorry, I wouldn't ever." Nicole immediately ran over, grabbing the gun and turning it around in shaking hands, trying to get the safety on. Leo rubbed a hand over his neck. "Nicole, just—" He walked over, taking it from her and calmly clicked the safety back on. "Is everyone okay?" There was a murmur of response, and he turned to Lily. His eyes searched hers, and he lifted a hand to rest on her face. "Are you?" It took everything in her to not throw herself into his body, to not wrap her arms around him and hold on until she'd convinced herself that he was safe. Nodding, Lily forced away the burning threatening the surface of her eyes. She never cried unless she was angry, and right now she was glowing with rage. "You're okay?" she asked. "Yeah." "Good." She turned to Bradley. "You. Sit." Lily pointed to a rock about 10 yards away, and he bowed his head, slinking away, wiping tears from his face. Nicole glared over at him. "Tell me not to hogtie him." "Don't hogtie him," Lily said flatly. "We need to pack up and turn around or call or... Shit, I can't think." They were out in the middle of the desert, hours away from civilization, with a death to deal with. It was almost dark. She watched Leo as he approached the ledge, bending and carefully retrieving the journal from a pile of dirt. Dusting it off, he brought it over to her. "I was worried this went over with him." Grateful, she took it, remembering the way it felt like her heart had soundlessly evacuated her body when she watched Leo run toward Terry and the gun, hurling Nick to safety. Shaking off the memory, she gazed down at the worn, soft journal in her hands, feeling Leo step up close behind her. In the aftermath of the chaos, adrenaline had left her weak and trembling. She couldn't help it. She leaned back against the solidity of his chest. Without hesitation, his hand came up, wrapping firmly around her hip, steadying her. "It's okay," he said quietly. "I got you." "Do we need to go down and get the body?" Bradley asked from the periphery. 4 heads swung his way, 4 sets of angry eyes narrowed. "I just mean," he said, hands up, "he's down there. I don't know what to do, okay? I'm sorry." A chill washed Lily out for a beat, and Leo pressed more firmly against her. "Can someone explain what the deal is with this notebook?" Walter asked, his voice rising. "And to bring a gun out here? Is that why? Was he planning to steal it this whole time? Why would he do that?" Duke was famous in treasure hunting circles. Lily turned the journal over in her hands. He kept everything he knew in here. He'd been adding to it for years. Maps, notes, riddles, codes. "How on earth would Terry know about it?" Walter asked. "I keep this with me all the time because I know people think it's valuable." She took a deep breath. "I didn't really know that until after Duke died. Apparently, he had a big following online, and his fanboys assumed he'd leave it to another treasure hunter. But he didn't." Lily felt Leo go still behind her. Right, they hadn't finished that talk. He wouldn't have known that her father died. "People have contacted me over the years wanting to buy it or trying to convince me to give it to someone in that community," she said. "But no one has ever actually come for it before." "So there's information about treasure in there?" Walt asked. "Do you think Terry was trying to find where Butch Cassidy hid his money or something?" "Her father knew everything about the Wild Bunch," Bradley said from the side. "Every story, every trail." Nicole shot him a ferocious look, and he shrank guiltily again, but still added, "I'm just helping explain why I think Terry did what he did." He looked at Walt. "At one point, Duke Wilder was one of the most sought-after archaeological guides in the Southwest. He was on the cover of National Geographic." "Did you know Lily was his daughter when you booked this trip?" Walter asked Bradley. He nodded, staring at the dirt between his boots. "Terry told me, but just in passing. I didn't know about the journal." He looked up and met Leo's eyes over Lily's shoulder. "And I swear to God I didn't realize this was your Lily." The group fell dead of winter silent. and an awkward awareness heated the points of contact between Leo's body and hers. He made to move away before Lily stilled him with her hand over his. She heard his breath catch. With the reassurance of Leo's body behind her, the chaos in her head slowly started to calm. She looked down at the journal in her hands, letting it fall loosely open. 2 pages had been torn out from the very end and then shoved back in, crumpled inside, as if he'd planned to take them, but decided to keep the whole thing instead. "What the hell?" she murmured, fingering them. The first of the 2 was a map. It was one of Duke's aerial drawings of slot canyons. Formed by water flowing through sandstone over millions of years, slot canyons were serpentine, intricate, sometimes as wide as a river, other times as narrow as a man's arm, and deadly. Without a map, it was easy to get lost and never make it out. But each major vein, every slot on this hand-drawn map, was labeled with a tiny number or letter. "Do you recognize where this is?" Leo asked, gently taking the page so he could get a better look. Lily shook her head. "He had about 20 of these drawings in here, and each one covers too small an area for me to know exactly where it is," she admitted. "It's a section of the maze, I'm sure about that." "Maybe Terry thought it's where Duke hid something," Bradley offered, scooting a little closer to the group. Nick glared at him. "Shut up, Brad." The next torn page was a riddle in Duke's handwriting, and Lily's heart dunked down into her gut. "What's that?" Leo said quietly near her ear. She took a steadying breath. "A Duke Wilder riddle." "Have you seen this one?" he asked her. "I've seen it, but I didn't care," she said. "The journal is full of ramblings, and I've never had a reason to figure every one of them out. This and the map are the last pages." Leo looked over her shoulder again as they read it together. "In the end, the answer is yes. You have to go. I have. You hate to go, but you will. You'll need to go, but never there. But whether you do or whether you don't, I can assure you that suffer you won't. If nothing else, you are free. So, search the stump of Duke's tree at the belly of the 3. She read the words again and again, mumbling, "This is not the time for a fucking game, Duke." "Half of it rhymes, half of it doesn't," Leo murmured. "That's Duke for you." Finally, Lily exhaled a frustrated, "What the shit?" Leo repeated the cryptic lines, puzzling this out. Lily could hear the hesitation in the way he seemed about to speak, but then held his breath. Turning, she looked at him. His face was so close, only an inch away. "What are you thinking?" "That Terry was looking for these pages specifically," he said quietly enough so that only she could hear. "Agree." Lily looked back at the page. "But why? Out of the hundreds of pages in here?" "They were the ones at the very end, right?" She nodded. "But they're no different from anything else. A map and a riddle. That's literally like every other page in here." He stared at her, eyes unfocused as he thought this through. "I'm wondering what the odds are that Bradley is right," he whispered. "And Terry really believed Duke hid something out here, or knew something was out here and left it for someone else to discover. Maybe these pages were what Terry needed to find it. How do you take that from this riddle?" Leo turned her to face him. "Read the first line again." She scanned the words. "In the end, the answer is yes." "If the answer is yes," Lily said, understanding, "then what is the question?" "Exactly." Of course. This would be where he'd want her to start. Duke's approval echoed in her thoughts. "That's the first thing I'd ask too, kid." Lily closed her eyes, thinking. What was the one thing that people had asked Duke all the time? The answer was as clear as day. Whether he'd ever found Butch Cassidy's treasure. When Lily looked up again, Leo was staring right at her. Understanding lit up his eyes the same way it ignited her. A sharp ringing began in her ears, clear as a bell. She'd never been a religious woman, but an eerie awareness spread like static along her skin. "Are the pages so important right now, Dub?" Nicole walked over and waved a hand in front of her face. "It's almost dark and we have a dead man at the bottom of the canyon and another man who I still think we'd better hogtie." Lily hedged unsteadily, looking over at Nicole. "I think Bradley's right." "See?" Bradley shouted from his rock, but immediately shrank into himself when they all turned to glare at him. "I think it's possible Duke found the treasure and hid it out in the desert again." Lily swallowed, looking back to Leo, who nodded. The torn pages shook in her trembling hand. "And if he did, I'm pretty sure this tells us where to find it." Chapter 12. There was a long moment of quiet, and it stretched tighter and tighter like a rubber band as Lily's meaning sank in. "Do you mean the actual treasure?" Walter finally said. The Butch Cassidy money?" Lily nodded, head spinning. "I think these pages have a hunt written for whoever Duke planned to give this book to. I didn't know any of his friends in that circle, so I have no idea who." Bradley looked around the group, ran a hand through his hair, then fixed his gaze on her face, jaw working. "Finders keepers, right? Even if he didn't mean for you to get it, you have it now." That one hit harder than she wanted to admit. It was the bullet she'd been avoiding, because if Duke had found the treasure and hid it, then by definition he had hidden it from her. He hadn't specifically left her the journal. He hadn't left it to anyone else either, but if he'd meant for Lily to have it, surely he would have told her that at some point. "There's something about the phrasing here," Lily told them, pulling herself together. "He says, the answer is yes. If I'm right, then the question is, did you find the hidden money?" "What does the rest say?" Bradley asked, craning his neck. She read it aloud, tucked the pages back inside, and passed the whole thing to Nicole with a shrug. "I have no idea what the other stuff means." Lily turned to Leo. "What else is in that bag?" "Oh, He opened it again, looking inside. "Looks like a cell phone. No signal." "Turn it off to save the battery," Lily suggested. "Good idea." He did, and then handed it to Lily before returning to the bag. "Ammunition clip, a very big knife." He paused and turned wide eyes up to hers. "Zip ties." Nicole walked over, took the strips of hard white plastic in her hand. "These aren't meant to keep the cords on your TV from getting tangled. They're zip cuffs." "Jesus Christ," Lily mumbled, and a chill moved through them all. "Whoa," Bradley said, and looked like he might be sick. "What did he need those for?" "He was your friend," she said accusingly. "You tell me." "That really wasn't like me back there," Bradley insisted, crawling a bit closer. "I panicked. I'm sorry." Okay, let's calm down." Lily hoped she sounded more convincing than she felt. It was beginning to look like Terry hadn't just been an asshole. He'd been dangerous. She nodded for Leo to continue. "GPS?" he said, handing her the fancy Garmin she'd argued with Terry about at the start of the trip. "Some sea rations, water, condoms." He grimaced. "I'm sorry," Nicole barked. "Who on earth did that man think?" Leo cut off this line of conversation, pulling more things out. "Satellite phone." "At least that's helpful," Lily said. "Anything else?" Leo dug around for a second before finally handing her the bag. "Nothing the rest of us don't have." Bradley inched his way closer. "What the fuck was he thinking?" "You know how Terry is," Leo said, and then awkwardly amended. Or was. He was always down one rabbit hole or another on some bullshit conspiracy theory. I knew he was gross, but I never thought he was violent. "The question is, what are we gonna do about it?"
Nicole said. "The fire's out, and even if we use the sat phone to call for help, they won't be able to do anything till morning." Lily shook her head, struggling with a vague sense that she was floating, imbalanced. "Nick's right," she said finally. Lily hated it, but it was true. With the sun gone, the temperature had dropped. No fire meant it would only get colder and harder to see. The last thing she needed was everyone else stumbling around the edge of a cliff in the dark. They'd call first thing in the morning. She would keep everyone else safe tonight. "Fire first," Lily told them. "We can figure the rest out after that." Nicole dropped into the empty spot where everyone had gathered around the now blazing fire, wordlessly watching the smoke twist up into the star-sprinkled cobalt sky. A shooting star arced overhead, and not even Walter pointed it out. The mood was tense as they each marinated in their own panic. Even the crickets seemed to be holding their breath. Finally, Leo took the first step into the conversation they all knew needed to happen. "Are we in agreement about what we'll say to the police?"
"Terry held Nick at gunpoint," Lily said robotically. "When you went in to help, he went over the cliff." No one spoke. To Lily's surprise, the voice to rise out of the quiet was Walter's. "I wonder if we should just say he went over in the dark," he said, words trembling. "I'm worried the real story sounds made up."
"Sweet Potato has a point," Nick said, and looked over at Lily.
"Could say he wandered off against the rules, went missing."
Lily nodded, resigned. "Fine."
Across from Lily, Bradley began to fidget.
"Should we talk about the possibility that there's a map to real treasure in your bag, Lily?"
He looked around the fire, and slowly, Leo nodded in agreement.
"He knew who your dad was," Leo said. "He brought a gun and zip ties. Do we take this treasure thing seriously? Or is this a Terry is a nut job moment?"
"I'm not sure," Lily admitted. "But Terry was hardly the first person to come out here thinking he knew something big. People have been looking for this money for over 100 years. My dad was local, which gave him an advantage, and he'd worked with various archaeologists and historians for decades, so he had about as much inside information as anyone did about this thing."
"What is this thing exactly?" Bradley said. "Give us the whole story, not the brochure version."
Lily exhaled, unsure where to begin. Duke started chasing treasure when he was a kid. He spent nearly every free moment learning about Butch Cassidy. He worked with some pretty famous archaeological teams, but his first love was always that particular story. Staring into the fire, she tried to put the words into some sort of order. "I told you a little about Butch Cassidy before, but that wasn't his real name. It was Robert Leroy Parker. He was born here in Utah in 1866. When he was a teen, he took a job on a ranch where a cowboy named Mike Cassidy taught him how to ride a horse, how to shoot, and how to steal. Robert's parents were Mormon dirt farmers who worked their fingers to the bone and had nothing. Mike Cassidy knew how to get ahead, and that's what Robert wanted." Lily glanced at each of them in turn and wondered if anyone was blinking. Even Nicole, who'd probably heard more of this stuff than she ever cared to, seemed to know something was different tonight. "Fast forward to 1889, Lily continued. Gold fever hits, draws men from all over the country. Robert is in Telluride, Colorado, called To Hell You Ride because of the saloons and brothels and gambling. He works loading gold ore onto mules to carry down the mountain. And just like his parents, he has nothing to show for it. But right there on the corner is the San Miguel Valley Bank, and because it's where they take the gold, Robert knows it's going to be loaded. He thinks about when the biggest amount will be kept there and who's working. But more important, he's thought of how to get away." Lily picked up a stick, dragging it in small spirals through the dirt at her feet. Robert was a charismatic guy. He'd been getting to know the people outside of town, making friends, slipping them money, and stashing fresh horses at their places. So, the day of the robbery, he and his buddy Matt Warner wait till there's only one teller working. Matt holds a gun on the guy while Robert cleans out the safe. They get away, and news explodes about the robbery. Robert is hooked now.
but doesn't want to shame his sweet Mormon mama. He starts going by Butch Cassidy. So wait, Walter said, was the Matt guy Sundance? No. Sundance Kid was Harry Longabout. He was from Philadelphia. Like every other boy around that time, he dreamed about going west. He moved to Colorado, was a ranch hand until a freak storm killed off 90% of the cattle and the jobs, and got caught stealing a horse, a saddle, and a gun outside Sundance, Wyoming. So when did he hook up with Cassidy? Bradley asked. In 1896, Leo answered, and met Lily's eyes across the fire. She'd wondered how much of it all he remembered. How much he heard during his short time at Wilder Ranch or picked up from the books Duke kept around. She remembered lying on Leo's stomach, the two of them reading together in bed with a fire crackling nearby. She also remembered setting her book down one night, coaxing Leo's out of his hand, and losing herself in him for hours. As if he was remembering it too, Leo blinked, shuddering his thoughts. They met on the outlaw trail, he finished. Is it true they never shot anybody? Walter asked. Lily nodded. Didn't need to. They slipped money to people who were in danger of losing their farms to the banks. So, instead of turning the gang into the police, these people fed them, kept their horses, lied for them. Bradley whistled, low and impressed, poking at the fire with a long stick. Yeah, and the banks and railroads were pissed, Leo added. They got the Pinkertons involved, and they had a ton of agents and informants all over the country. Walter looked genuinely worried. Oh no. It all went sideways when Butch and his guys robbed a Union Pacific train in Wilcox, Wyoming, Lily said. They blew up the car with dynamite, and within 24 hours nearly every man on the Pinkerton payroll was on the hunt. But they weren't just scouting the trails. The Pinkertons tracked down every serial number on every note Butch's gang had stolen and passed the info to banks, railroads, hotels, and general stores. Reward for his capture was $4,000, then $5,000, $8,000. In 1899, Butch knew it was a matter of time before they'd be caught. She paused to glance around the campfire. Nobody moved. And? Bradley said urgently. Story is that they hid their money somewhere along the outlaw trail. Lily said, knowing that if they spent a single dollar, it'd lead straight to them. Then they fled to Argentina. Wait a minute. Bradley threw a twig into the fire. In the movie, they both died in a shootout there. Are you saying they hid that money but never came back for it? Some people think so. Walter leaned forward to catch her eye. And you think your dad found it? And instead of cashing in, he hid it all over again? Either that, Lily said, shrugging, or he's leading whoever he'd planned to give the journal to the location of the original treasure. She bent her head, chewing her lip as she thought about how either of those possibilities made her feel sick to her stomach. He sold our land in Wyoming and probably expected to live off that profit. So depending on when, and if, he found Butch Cassidy's cash, he might not have ever expected to need it. Duke used to say, adventure over stuff, kid. For my birthday, he would make me solve a cipher in order to find a pack of gum he'd wrapped, or take me on a hike and quiz me on landmarks and tell me knowledge was my gift. Bradley looked around the campfire. Someone Google how much the Wilcox robbery was. Google? Nicole said. With what? This rock and a fork? They stole about $60,000, Lily said, waving them off. I'm sure they spent some of it somewhere, so let's say $50,000, give or take. That's it? Walter said. Terry was going to kill us all for $50,000? But that was in 1899, right? Bradley asked, looking around to each of them for confirmation. It'd be worth way more now. Plus, Lily said quietly, that was just one holdup. Leo stared at her. How much did Duke think they hid? Altogether, about $150,000. $150,000 in 1899, Bradley said, awed. And I bet some of the gold coins are so rare it's almost unheard of. That'd be worth millions in today's money. At least 10 million, Duke thought, Lily said, eyes on the fire. Walter blinked. It's funny because it sounded like you said 10 million. She did, Leo replied, and everyone went very, very still. Holy shit. Bradley stood and began pacing the camp. Holy shit. Nicole stepped into his path. Sit down. I still don't trust you. He immediately complied. What's wild, Walter said slowly, is that Terry knew to bring a gun and GPS and all that stuff with him, and how he was so into this treasure hunt. He looked over at Bradley, his expression perplexed. But wasn't it your year to plan this trip? Everyone looked at Bradley now, too. His shoulders hunched. So, okay, don't get mad. He smiled nervously. But I told him he could come if he picked the spot and planned the whole thing. Jesus Christ, Bradley, Leo said. You're the biggest flake I've ever met in my life. I was really busy, he protested. Leo glared at him. Busy like when you were supposed to plan my 30th birthday and we ended up at the Golden Crust? Or Walter's promotion? Loyally, Walter piped up to tell Bradley, I actually think supermarket cupcakes are better anyway. Could we just throw them all over the edge? Nicole asked Lily. It'd be so much quieter. But if the treasure is real, Walter said, focusing everyone back on the subject at hand, and Terry needed your journal to find it, doesn't that mean we have the map to the real treasure? Hypothetically, Lily said. Bradley looked around the fire at each of them. We're doing it, right? We're going to follow Duke's clues to Butch Cassidy's money. And what makes you think you'd get any of it? Nicole said, glaring at him. It's Lily's map. Because we had a code, Walter said, like the outlaws. Remember? Bradley grinned. That's right, Walt. I think we're missing the point, Leo said. Terry is dead. If we go back and tell the authorities that he fell, there's a good chance we won't be suspects in a murder case. Going off on a treasure hunt is a very bad look. But if our plan is to tell them that Terry wandered off anyway, why can't our story be that he wandered off and we went looking for him? Bradley paused, seeming to wait for immediate dissent. At Lily's silence, Bradley continued, bolder now. We were already planning on doing a fake treasure hunt over the next 3 days. Why not do a real one? Dub, Nicole said quietly. He's on my shit list. And Lord knows I hate to admit it, but Brad makes a good point. Why not just go and see? Lily's eyes flew to hers. I thought you said you couldn't lie to the cops. It's $10 million. She shrugged, like, sorry, but you know I'm right. And then she looked around at the rest of the group. Whatever I say here stays here, okay? I'm just spitballing, but we could go ahead as if we're going to look for him. How many times did he say he knew this place better than any of us? Maybe he took off and fell over. Maybe I can trick my brain into thinking that. Maybe, she said, her voice thick with emotion now. We go looking for the money. How long would it be? Walt asked. Out and back. Lily studied the hand-drawn map, blood pounding in her ears as she nervously tapped a finger against her leg. If we're riding to the maze and then going by foot, 3 days? Maybe 4. But this is really treacherous country. It's not family fun or tourist-friendly. You need a permit with your itinerary so they can find your body if you don't come back. We'd need to stop and get supplies. If you're leading us, we can do anything, Bradley crowed, confidence booming. We'll just call the police on the other side. With the money. You're in, right, buddy? He looked over at Walter. After a beat of hesitation, Walter nodded. This is my do-over, remember? He looked at Leo meaningfully. All of ours. When will we ever have a chance like this again? It's not like taking an afternoon hike, Walter, Lily said. It's dangerous. What we've done is the easy part. That was easy? He said. Lily met his eyes. That was nothing. The fire crackling was the only sound. She expected someone to push again. She did not expect the words that rose out of the darkness to be Leo's. But do you think we could do it? Leo, are you telling me you actually want to do this? I don't know what I'm saying, he admitted. But that riddle feels like something, Lil. I know you feel it too. She blinked away, running a hand down over the goosebumps on her arm. Lil. No one had called her that in years. And he was right. She did feel something deep in her gut that told her not to ignore this. Leo pushed on. I know we all thought he was an asshole, but Terry believed it enough to bring a gun. To take Nicole hostage. Was he going to shoot us? Was he going to make Nicole take him down into the canyon? Don't forget the zip ties, Bradley said. You don't bring zip ties to fight bobcats and cougars. Leo walked around the fire to kneel in front of her. He put his hand on the journal. Terry needed what was in here. And you have it. There was an ember of hope flickering faintly beneath her ribs. He stoked it with the unexpected hunger in his expression. What did he want her to say right now? It all felt like too much to process at once. Terry's death aside, she felt in her bones that the riddle was more than just a game. And yet, Duke hadn't given this diary to her. He hadn't told her he'd found the treasure either. He was fine selling her favorite place in the world, leaving her poor and alone. She was tired of her life being decided by Duke Wilder. Still, was it worth just looking? Walt and I are with Nicole, Bradley said. We're in. I'm with Dub, Nicole clarified. I'm with whatever she says. We're a team. After a beat, she added, I mean, I do think there's a way to go ahead with the riddle and also not get into trouble about Terry. Bradley turned to Leo. What do you think, man? Leo was still crouched in front of her, but his gaze dropped to the dirt at their feet. The fire licked shadows across his face, setting the angles of his jaw and cheekbones aglow. After a moment, he lifted his chin to meet her eyes again. I'll do whatever Lily says. Lily tried to kick down the tiny spark in her chest. She looked at the map again and the words in Duke's handwriting. The answer is yes. We'll sleep on it, she said. We can't do anything until the morning anyway.
Chapter 13. Leo wasn't sure how he managed to sleep as hard as he did, but he woke on their fifth morning in the desert with a shoulder so stiff it suggested he'd barely moved all night. He didn't remember dreaming, didn't remember a single second of consciousness between when he'd closed his dry, exhausted eyes and now. Grateful, given the alternative, he pushed up onto an elbow, clearing the sleep from his vision. With a spike through his gut, it all came tumbling back. The bewildering discovery of the gun, the view of Terry slipping over the lip of the canyon, the map suggesting there might be real treasure out here. He wondered whether Lily'd gotten any sleep at all. There'd been no animal sounds the night before, no creatures rustling around the camp. No bird song greeted the day now. It was just after 5:30, and through the soft gray tent walls he could tell that the sky was the deep sea blue of a morning, still considering daylight. And then a sweet groan cut through the cool air, a sound he'd heard 100 times in reality and 1,000 times in his memory. Lily stretching as she got up for the day. Even separated from her by the fabric of his tent, he could picture it perfectly. Her arms snaking above her head, the way her body twisted, cat-like, from left to right. She would tilt her face to the sky, eyes closed, and let out that low, sexy sound that, more than once, had him reaching to pull her back into bed. Instinctively, his body tensed, responding with a rush of blood so intense it made him lightheaded. Wild that, given the circumstances and the downright clusterfuck they found themselves in, his brain had no problem going directly to how good it would feel to have her warm body next to his. Truthfully, he thought he could face anything with her at his side again. She was awake, getting the day started, and he was about to do the same when he heard another voice only a few feet from his tent, closest to the campfire. "You get any sleep?" Nicole asked. The glugging sound of water being poured into the kettle, the metallic scrape of the kettle set on the grate over the fire. "Not much. You?" "A little." They fell quiet, and he settled back down, propping his head on his hand, shamelessly eavesdropping. Blame it on the fog-like surreality lingering from yesterday, or the way Lily seemed at once so familiar and so unexpected. He wanted to know how she was, and he didn't know if she'd be honest with him. "Okay, Dub," Nicole said. "What are you thinking?" Lily's answer was quiet, like she might be worried someone could overhear. "I went around and around all night." "Same. We can't just ignore the situation." A quiet pause, and then, "Terry, course not. That's not what I'm suggesting." "But you were right. Heading straight back won't make him any less dead." "Sure won't." They were silent for a few seconds, and he wondered if they'd moved farther away, until Nicole spoke again. "Here's how I see it. You can have just shit, or you can have gold in shit." "Nick, I'm not even sure Duke ever found anything, and if he did? That's just a lot to think about." "I know. I thought I was done being disappointed by him." The way Lily's voice went thin, cracking at the very end, made Leo's chest ache. "I know, honey, but here's a chance to maybe get something out of everything he did," Nicole said gently. "Say Duke didn't find anything. Say it's a game or that we're wrong about the riddle. Then what? We're talking a couple days, tops. Down and back up. We don't find anything, we come back and tell the cops Terry took off and we went to look for him. Thought we knew where he was headed, but it was a bust. They'll eventually find his body at the bottom of the canyon below our campsite," Lily reminded her. "Well, and what do we tell guests on day one? Not to wander off. We can all testify he did it before. Who's to say he didn't Peter Pan it in the dark? Not a soul would question that." "I know. Worst case scenario, we don't get the treasure, but we do get a couple more days of hope and living a dream. And you get to stare at that hot nerd for a few more." "Nick, shut up." "Wait, what?" Leo nearly had to smother himself with his pillow. If he could take out his eyeballs and roll them over to where the two women were sitting to watch Lily's expression while she said this, he would voluntarily be blind for the rest of eternity. He barely made out her whispered, "I'm not staring at him." "Are you for real?" Nicole said, decidedly less quiet. "You're a worse liar than I am." "I'm not." "Well, he sure is. That boy stares at you with the horniest eyes." Heat crawled up his neck. He was positive Nicole was correct. "Okay now, imagine if it's real," Nicole said, redirecting. "Imagine finding even a little bit of cash. Even if you think there's like a 5% chance that Duke found it, Dub, even a fraction of the Butch Cassidy money is enough to buy your land back. It could change our lives, girl. Isn't this fate? Right when your land goes up for sale, this chance lands in your lap?" Leo stared at the tent ceiling, reeling. Wilder Ranch was for sale? Several long seconds passed, and then, "I know. That's all you ever wanted, hon." This time, the "I know" was quieter. Leo settled back onto his pillow, his heart twisted so painfully in his chest that he couldn't manage a deep breath. "That's all you've ever wanted, hun." All he'd ever truly wanted was her. He felt uncorked, like he'd been shoved into a tiny space and was bubbling over, too large for his old skin. He'd been ripped from his reality, torn from the monotony and routine and loneliness of his life in New York, and despite everything that had happened yesterday, despite the fact that he had no idea what the next few days would bring, there was no way in hell he was ready to go back. He wasn't surprised to see he was the first guest up, but he also wouldn't be surprised to hear that everyone else was lying on their backs like he'd just been, staring at the roof of their tent, trying to figure out how to feel. His thoughts were a rubber band ball tangle, but he had to find Lily. She was standing at the fateful spot at the edge of the canyon, staring out, holding a tin cup of coffee. Her dark hair wasn't braided, it hung soft and straight between her shoulder blades. Her frame was slight, wiry, and maybe it was the conversation he'd just overheard, but to Leo there was a vulnerable bend to her spine that made him ache to pull her into his arms. Afraid of startling her, he cleared his throat a few feet away and watched her jerk to awareness, the tiniest hitch of her shoulders. "Hey." He came to stand beside her, fighting the urge to move even closer. "Hey." "At the risk of asking a stupid question," he said, "how are you?" She let out a dry laugh, bringing her steaming mug to her lips. "Fucking dizzy, that's how." "Yeah," he agreed, smiling warily out at the vista. "I'd say the same." "This is not a situation I ever expected to have to face," she admitted. "I'm sure." "Not just the Terry part." She tilted her face to the sky. "Which is tragic, of course, but I meant what I said about people dying out here." "What other part do you mean?" he joked. She laughed, a surprised, sharp single syllable, but her smile quickly faded. "It's weird, you know? Because on the one hand, of course he found Cassidy's money. It makes sense. He was the Duke Wilder, after all. If anyone found it, he did. And on the other hand, to think he found it and didn't tell me is so terrible, it's hard to comprehend." "I absolutely get that." Leo squinted into his mug as he tried to put his next question into words, but in the end, it was pretty simple. "When did he pass?" "About 7 years ago." He let out a low whistle. "Wow, it's been a while then." She took a sip, nodding. "He had a stroke." He felt her attention on the side of his face and turned to meet her steady gaze. "A few weeks after you left," she said. "A few weeks after the ranch sold." Leo's heart landed in his stomach with a heavy thud. All of it at once, and she'd only been 19. It was too much. "It took the hospital a while to get a hold of me," she said, "because I wasn't at the ranch and didn't have a phone." She laughed humorlessly, a sharp exhale. "He couldn't walk or talk. I brought him back to our cabin in town, and the only thing he could say from that day on was, 'Lily.' Lily for water, Lily to adjust his pillows, Lily to change the channel. We'd have a nurse come in a few days a week to help so I could work. Otherwise, I probably would have killed him." She laughed so he'd know she was mostly kidding. "I guess a bright side to him selling the ranch when he did is that we had money for the medical bills. He lasted just under 3 years. Lily looked over at him and attempted a smile, almost like she heard in her own voice how flat and dissociated she sounded. Like she was reciting back his diner order rather than opening up about the wasting away of her father. "I'm not sure which is worse," he said sympathetically. "Losing someone suddenly or after a prolonged illness?" "Losing a parent you're close to," she replied immediately, "however it happens. I know how close you and your mother were. Taking care of him was hard, and I'm sure he and I both regretted a lot by the end, but Duke didn't even know me well enough to know how much you meant to me. I've been thinking, he could have gotten your message to me if he'd really tried. It may not have changed anything, but at least I would have known what happened to you." He didn't know what to say, so he let out a muted sound of agreement, nodding. It would have meant something to him too, to know she hadn't just forgotten him. "I guess I'm still trying to figure out how you ended up running treasure hunts and expeditions," Leo finally admitted. "I was working at a bar in Hester," she said, "but I was so broke. The owner knew some people who needed a guide, and I knew the area. I did the trip as a favor, but they had a good time, I guess, and told their friends about it. Word of mouth and all that. It was about 7 years ago now. It definitely wasn't my dream job, but it was a way to make money and get my horses back. I figured why not use Duke's crazy reputation for something." She shifted on her feet. "Did you know I always imagined this?" "Imagined what?" He looked over at her, holding his breath. Her tone had shifted into something lower, more secretive. "Seeing you again." Leo's heart punched his throat. "Same. Sometimes I imagined, like, going to New York with Nicole and bumping into you on the street or something." "I thought if it happened, I'd be on a trip somewhere with the guys," he said, and it was so easy to recall this fantasy, the words just spilled right out of him. "And you'd show up with a husband and a few kids. I'd be dying to catch up with you, but would have to escort drunk Bradley back to the hotel and I'd miss my chance. But then I always figured you were just living your best life on the ranch." She shook her head, laughing at the ground. With the toe of her boot, she drew a circle in the red dirt in front of her. "I got a letter the day before y'all got here, from Jonathan Cross, the guy who bought the ranch. He's retiring and wanted to give me the first shot at buying it back." Are you going to? Lily let out a laugh through her nose. With what money? He wanted to tell her, I have some saved. It isn't enough. It isn't nearly enough. But it's a start. And then realized that the idea was insane. It had been barely 4 days. He couldn't offer to buy her a ranch. Anyway, she said awkwardly, I'm not saying everything is okay. It's a mess, frankly. But I'm glad you're here with me for all of this. I really missed you, Leo. In the creaking silence that followed, Leo went still. Lily stayed focused on the sky in front of them, and he was glad for it. Direct eye contact right now would end him. After all, her steady, confident gaze was what made him fall for her that very first day 10 years ago. The heated weight of her attention had sent his hands closer, seeking bare skin more times than he could count. He knew he'd been the only person she'd ever trusted with her softest thoughts. So her admitting this feeling aloud made him jittery with adrenaline. I did everything I could to forget you, she continued, and when he glanced at her, he saw that her eyes were closed. I made myself into a different person. I drank or slept around or worked endless hours. It didn't matter. Leo had to count his breaths. He was all tightness and longing. There was no space for words. Finally, he was able to tell her. Missing you was physically debilitating. She turned, meeting his eyes. Leo stared at her a beat longer and then looked down, studying his hands, rubbing a thumb over his knuckles. I had to get to a place mentally where I didn't want anything. I had to sort of, he said, exhaling slowly, turn everything off. But I'm here now, with you. I mean, you matter to me, even if we don't know each other anymore. Whatever you need, I'm here for you. She turned toward the ledge again. My whole life I've assumed Duke was full of shit, she said. And now it feels like my only chance to get my ranch back relies on the assumption that he was not, in fact, full of shit. Is that what you want? He asked her. The ranch? She inhaled slowly, tapping an absent rhythm out on her coffee cup. I want that, yeah. I want my ranch, and a family, and to not worry that I might not have money to feed my horses and pay Nicole. I want what I want, for a change. What about you? She asked him. What do you want? When he smiled, he was sure she had no idea what was supposed to be funny, but his answer was almost the direct opposite of hers. I want my life turned upside down. She turned to look at him again. What's that mean? I'm in if you are. Lily's hazel eyes took on the golden glimmer in the rising sun. Yeah? Yeah. I might follow you anywhere, he thought. I'd need to have complete control, she said, searching his eyes. I'd carry the gun. I'd be the only one holding the maps. I don't trust anyone except Nicole. She paused. And you. Another pause. I think. At this, his ribs formed a Faraday cage around a crackling electric heart. She stared at him for several long seconds. Okay then, she said quietly. Okay then, he echoed. Do we need to figure out the riddle? We can think about it while we head toward the maze, she said. I'm not sure we have time to decipher it. Sometimes his riddles took me weeks to untangle. Lily looked up at him. But if there's a tree, I know it would be near the river, and I know some of his favorite spots down there. And we definitely know it's in the maze. We'll need to drive there. I'm not willing to risk the horses, and we'd need to go by foot at some point anyway. Goosebumps spread along his arms. Okay. There's a guy I know who can help us, a little town not too far from here. But I meant what I said about the hike being dangerous, she warned him. We'll figure it out, he said, and she let out a long, slow breath. Fuck it, she whispered. Let's do it. An explosion detonated in his blood. His fingers itched to reach down and twist with hers. Leo wanted to punctuate this agreement with a shout aimed at the sky, his mouth on hers, his hands on her skin. It had always been this way, his heart on his sleeve for anyone to see. He felt utterly lovesick again. This feels like a second chance. She tilted her coffee cup to her lips, draining it. At the very least, failing to find anything here won't make my life any worse. This had to be enough for now, because bubbling in his veins was the realization that if this was real, she could have everything she ever wanted, and maybe he could too. Chapter 14.
Is it bad that I don't really feel bad?
Bradley adjusted Bullwinkle's reins in his gloved hands, and Leo wondered how he'd react if he saw himself right now. His jaw was covered in whiskers, sunglasses smudged, and a canteen at his hip. He looked, frankly, the worse for wear. Leo certainly felt different. In some ways it seemed no time had passed between when he'd climbed off a horse for the last time in Laramie and when he'd mounted Ace at their first campsite here. In others, it felt like he had been asleep for the entire decade, not using any of his senses, any of these muscles.
I feel bad, Walter straightened in his saddle. I didn't like Terry, but I didn't want him to die.
Bradley took off his baseball cap and used it to scratch the back of his unruly hair.
I'm sorry he died, but I'm done feeling guilty.
Leo glanced at his friend, muting his surprise. Bradley had apologized again, and everyone agreed that emotions were justifiably high, but Nicole had told him she'd gut him if he tried anything like that again. She'd have to get in line behind Leo. They rode in silence as the horses continued navigating the descent into the canyon. The 6.5 miles of switchbacks were relatively wide, but the edge was still sharp enough that they stuck to the inside of the trail, acutely aware that only 5 of them rode this morning instead of 6. Lily assured them that the horses had done this before, and that to them it was sort of a game. She was right. They nickered and called to each other almost all the way down and around the mountain, ears forward, tails up. Calypso seemed to be the most enthusiastic. Leo wasn't sure whether it was because she didn't have the weight of a rider to carry, or because she was specifically happy to be rid of Terry, but Lily and Nicole each yelled at her to take it down a notch at least twice before they'd reach the sandy washout below. The trip had obviously gone off script, so after a break where the guys handled lunch and Lily and Nicole took care of the horses, it was another 3 hours at least before they stopped just at the edge of town, where they would meet Lily's friend, Lucky. She'd used the word town generously. This is it? Leo asked when they finally came to a stop at the vague beginnings of a dirt road. It was nothing more than 2 dusty walkways set parallel to each other and a few small, rickety buildings.
Looks like Redneck Radiator Springs, Bradley mumbled.
Leo glanced around. That's an insult to rednecks. Deflating, Walter admitted,
When you said town, I was hoping we could get massages.
You could get off your horse, Nicole said,
and I'll step on your neck for free.
Walter blushed hotly and Bradley stared blankly at them.
This is the most bizarre flirting I've ever witnessed.
Welcome to Eli. Population, 2? Lily ignored the commotion behind her and pointed to a tan double-wide with a tin awning on the front. That's the ranger station. If we're going through with this, then we'll want to steer clear. At Leo's continued wide-eyed appraisal of the town, she added, Reset your expectations, city boy.
As with the bus depot, Bradley recollected, or what you're calling toilet paper out here?
Lily leaned forward, urging Bonnie into a walk, and Leo sat up in his saddle, signaling to Ace to follow. Who's Lucky? They passed another old, crooked building with the word Eat painted onto a wood board outside. A pair of ATVs were parked haphazardly. He doubted there were any actual parking spots anywhere, and a couple of mountain bikes leaned against an empty flagpole. He was a good friend of Duke's. The horse's hooves clip-clopped along the dusty ground. And he'll be okay with you just stopping by? I hope so, because there was no way to make an appointment. She looked over at him, grinning, and it sent a thrill down his back to see the old fire come to life inside her. He's mostly around for the idiots who bring their giant trucks out here and end up high-centered on a trail or in a ditch. Sure enough, at the end of the road was another double-wide. The land around it looked like a 4x4 graveyard. There was also a small barn that was a lot nicer than the trailer, and a paddock with a handful of horses inside. Bonnie immediately whinnied to them, which set the others off as well. Guess she's been here before, he said, nodding to Bonnie. This mare loves it here, Lily drawled in a voice that implied she did not share the sentiment. Not your favorite place? Nope. Lily looked over at him and let out a scoffing laugh. This tiny town represents what I fear my entire future will be. Dry, dusty, and decrepit. An hour later, they crowded around a table in the ramshackle building with the Eat sign out front. It was more bar than cafe, but it had beer, a jukebox, a couple of cramped but real restrooms in the back, and many, many photos of Duke Wilder on the walls. The framed National Geographic cover of Duke, him with a team from Princeton huddled around a large tarp weighed down by a collection of dusty artifacts. Photographs of him on horses, on a motorcycle, hiking in Moab, sitting at a campfire under the stars. There was even one with a front toothless 5-year-old Lily at his side, holding a huge set of deer antlers.
Wow, Lily, Walt said with breathless admiration. Your dad really was famous.
They took it all in for a long, silent minute. The magnitude of Duke's history seemed to fill the room as they sat in the first actual chairs their asses had seen in days and sipped ice-cold beers out of mismatched glasses. Thanks to the quintessential aging cowboy, Lucky, wiry, mustached, and skeptical of the men, the horses were now happily munching hay in his stables, and the treasure seekers had a borrowed jeep parked out front. They also had fresh water and supplies in their packs, a few pairs of boots better suited for rocky terrain, and a handful of paper maps spread out between them. Lily stared down at a topographical drawing of Canyonlands. More specifically, she studied the maze, a trailless sandstone puzzle of interwoven canyons with dead ends and the threat of death by drowning and/or dismemberment at every turn. It was the most remote part of any of the Canyonlands National Park districts, and because it could take rescuers days to reach someone if there was trouble, every party heading down was required to have their itinerary approved with a permit. Obviously, they wanted as few people to know what they were up to as possible, so they'd risk descending into the canyons without one. Leo watched as Lily and Nicole went over the map. Lily jotted down notes and sketched routes, referencing something in Duke's journal or recalling some random fact she pulled out of thin air. Lily, he knew, could handle just about anything, whether it was the horses or managing an entire ranch alone, or knowing every plant or rock or animal out there. Even a decade ago, she'd never needed Leo for a thing, but he wanted her to want him anyway. They all leaned over the table, tracking Lily's finger as it moved along the wavy line of the Green River. The map has to be of a section somewhere along here. Unfortunately, this is miles and miles of undeveloped land, she growled in frustration.
I feel like I'm looking at one of those magic eye things they used to have at the mall, Walter said, unblinking. You know, where you stare at a bunch of lines and suddenly it's a picture of a cat?
An autostereogram, Leo told him. A picture within a picture. How do you even know that? Lily said, catching his eye. Bradley snorted. Because he's a fucking nerd. Leo nodded to the papers spread out in front of her. How do you know any of that? She leaned back in her chair and rubbed her temples.
I feel like I don't know anything right now. You don't recognize anything here? Walter asked. A spot that might have been important to Duke?
Nicole drew an imaginary circle over the map with her fingertip.
If we were flying overhead, we'd say the location in Duke's map is probably around here. It looks small on his drawing, but that's a big area.
Leo pulled the sheet with the riddle across the table. Let's see if anything here jogs your memory. In the end, the answer is yes, Lily read, and glanced up to catch his eye. So we're assuming that means yes, Duke found the treasure. Next, you have to go, I have. Again, she said. I think that means he's already gone on a hunt, and now it's the reader's turn? Right, he agreed. But then, you hate to go, but you will. What could that one be? Lily shook her head in confusion. If he wrote this for one of his friends, it might be an inside joke, and we'd have no way of knowing. Unless it's to lead anyone who finds this to Butch's hiding spot. It could be universal. She nodded slowly. Okay, so then what is a place we all hate to go, but we will go? After a beat, Lily shook her head again. And then, you'll need to go, but never there. Those two lines. I'm not sure. She tapped the bottom of the page. I feel like we should be able to figure out where this is. It says, Duke's Tree. They all grew aware in unison and looked up, searching the photos on the walls. After a few moments, they turned their attention back to the riddle. None of the photos showed a tree. What does belly of the three mean? Bradley asked, leaning in. Duke used to call the bends in the rivers bellies, Lily said slowly. And this part here, she pointed back to the full map of Canyonlands, definitely looks like a 3. She drew her finger along a series of curves in the Green River. But even if this is the right location, getting to it won't be like walking up to a safety deposit box. It's a literal maze down there. I feel like I'm missing something. Discouraged, she stood and made her way to the jukebox. Leo watched her go and considered following. Sometimes Lily wanted company when she was working things out, but more often she didn't. He resisted the ache in his chest and the urge to stand and move to her. Lifting his beer to his lips instead, he looked around the space, wondering how many beers Duke had had in this very spot. The old man must have loved seeing photos of himself everywhere. His eyes snagged on the bartender, a good-looking guy in his 30s, and then followed the path of his heated focus. Straight to Lily. He was definitely not looking at her like a man who was wondering whether a customer needed a refill. Tossing a rag down, he began to make his way around the bar toward her. Before he'd even registered his own decision, Leo shoved back from the table, jealousy and possessiveness streaking a hot path through him. The chair scraped against the battered wood floor, and in 3 steps he was standing behind her. Close behind her. Leo wasn't sure which of them was more surprised by his sudden appearance, but Lily let out a soft, "Oh, hi." And now he was stuck there, in his self-inflicted moment of machismo. But the heat of her, the awareness of her body so close to his, made it impossible to move away. He rested one hand on the yellowed glass of the machine and ran a finger down the list of the songs. "This one," he said, tapping the plexiglass over Rock You Like a Hurricane. "All the boomers say it's a banger." With a mischievous laugh, Lily clicked F and then 4, and the opening notes of Fleetwood Mac's Go Your Own Way warbled out of the tinny speakers instead. "Ouch," he said, mock-wounded. "Burn." It seemed more fitting. Her little smile down at the jukebox told him she meant this with more of a wink than a slap, and he found himself staring at the tiny freckle on the back of her neck. She had 2 freckles, one there, another just above her left hip bone. A memory speared him, of a sun-soaked afternoon off, with Lily splayed naked across his bed. As if it had happened only hours before, Leo recalled the sunbeam through the window, warm along the backs of his bare thighs, the feel of Lily's hip bone under his lips as he kissed that tiny mark. His heartbeat was suddenly too heavy for his body. Leo didn't think she realized how close they were when she bent forward, pressing her ass to his crotch, but on instinct, he reached for her hips, gripping her with a quiet, "Lily." She straightened, startled, turning to face him and leaning back against the jukebox. Her eyes narrowed in suspicion. "What are you doing, Leo?" He glanced back over his shoulder. The bartender was behind the bar and watching them with a dickish smirk on his face. "Came over to see if you were okay. You seemed frustrated with the map and riddle." "Because you remember how much I love it when someone asks me if I'm okay?" she asked, staring straight at him. "No." "Or," she said quietly, "is it that you didn't want me standing alone at the jukebox?" She could see it all over his face, and there was nothing Leo could do to reel it in. The memories were flowing now in a rush through his mind. The nights he'd spent lying in bed at the ranch before she'd given him the time of day, wondering what she would feel like against him. He'd close his eyes and imagine kissing her, touching her skin, tasting the water that ran down her neck when she emerged from the bank of outdoor showers. And just as sharply, he remembered the dizzying relief of that first touch, her palm sliding under his t-shirt, pressing like a branding iron to his stomach. They were all covered in dust. They had a dead man in their wake and were about to descend into one of the most dangerous places in the United States in search of a treasure that might or might not be out there. But Leo hadn't felt this alive since Lily slipped that hand under his shirt and pulled him into the shadows with her. With a startling slap of clarity, he decided right in the middle of a nothing bar in a nowhere town that he would not let go of her so easily this time. If there was a 1% chance that she would take him back, he would try. "Yeah, you're reading that right," he said, meeting her eyes squarely. "I didn't want you alone at the jukebox." She put a hand flat on his chest and hesitated for a conflicted handful of seconds before forcing him back a step. "Well, knock it the fuck off." Lily stepped around him, but to his relief she didn't walk to the bar. She went to her backpack, digging for more quarters. Slowly he exhaled. That could have gone much worse. He knew better than to follow her again, though, and figured it couldn't hurt to cool down. With Bradley's knowing smirk trailing after him, he moved past the table and toward the men's restroom. It was dark inside the cramped room, from the heavy-grained wood to the dim bulb that glowed overhead, and it took his eyes a few seconds to adjust. An exposed pipe sagged from the buckling ceiling. The sink leaked and stood crookedly in the melancholy half-moon of a rust-colored stain on the floor. The urinal was in a disconcertingly damp corner, looking like it could be dislodged from the wall with only the vibration of a heavy truck rumbling past, with a lone framed photo above it. He'd take a moment to appreciate the luxury of indoor plumbing, but he wasn't all that confident it actually worked. With his tangled thoughts full of Lily and the renewed familiar fire burning in his blood, he stared, dazed, at the wall in front of him. Slowly the photo came into focus. It was old and yellowed at the edges, with scribbled handwriting in the corner. A structure. Scraggly trees. A man. Leo arched a brow, amused. Duke must have made quite an impression on the bar owner if even the John was a shrine to him. In this photo, he was far younger than when Leo had known him, but the mustache, dark hair flattened by the trademark Stetson, the cocky lean, it was definitely Duke, clear as day. Realization felt like a shot of adrenaline as the words from the riddle crashed into Leo's thoughts. So search the stump of Duke's tree at the belly of the 3. He leaned closer still. Down in the corner, almost too faint to make out, were 2 words scribbled in pencil. Duke's tree. Holy shit.
Chapter 15. Lily looked up from the jukebox to find Leo Grady, whose weirdly possessive self had left her only minutes ago looking chiseled and gorgeous in soft worn jeans and a white t-shirt, emerging from the men's room looking like a goddamn sandwich board. And wet. What on earth? She mumbled, trying to decipher the object shoved beneath his damp shirt. Hair dripping, Leo hurried toward her, grinning as he opened his wallet and threw down more than enough money to cover a handful of beers. "What did you—" she began. "Lads, Nicole?" he called to the group, walking briskly. "We're leaving. Quickly." Smoothly, he dug his hand into the front pocket of her jeans and tugged the car keys free, spinning them on his finger and winking as if he knew exactly how the brief intrusion into her pants sent an electric thrill sparking between her legs. Tossing the keys to Bradley's waiting palm, Leo grabbed her wrist and pulled her behind him toward the exit. As he dragged her out the door, Lily looked back over her shoulder in time to catch a thin trail of water silently seeping beneath the men's room door. "Leo, what's under your Get in the car," he said, cutting her off again. "All of you, now." Scrambling, they shoved a bewildered Walt into the rear cargo area and tumbled into the back seat while Nicole and Bradley jumped into the front. "What Bradley began as the bartender ran outside, shouting. "Just go," Leo urged, slapping the back of the driver's seat headrest. "Go, go, go." Without needing further instruction, Bradley turned the engine over and peeled away with a roar. "This is it," he yelled, rolling down the window. "This is the shit we came for." Specks of dirt swirled into the Jeep, orbiting like stardust, and a wild energy took over. Nicole reached to crank the radio, playing crackly honky-tonk. "I don't know what that was about," she said, "but goddamn if I don't feel like an outlaw." Lily turned in her seat to face Leo, ready to demand he explain precisely what the fuck that was all about. But he beat her to it, already pulling the item from his sodden shirt. For a handful of seconds, words fell away, and she held her wind-whipping hair from her face as she stared down at the framed photo in his hand. The glass of the frame was streaked with water, but the image inside was protected. It was a photograph of her father, standing outside a tiny one-room cabin. The tilting wooden structure itself was flanked by 2 trees, and a brown-haired, bushy-mustached Duke leaned against the tree on the left, holding a beer and smiling easily at the camera. "Duke's tree," Leo said proudly, tapping the words scrawled beneath the glass with an index finger. "So, search the stump of Duke's tree at the belly of the 3. If we can figure out where this photo was taken, we won't even have to bother with the riddle. This is it." Lily would have sworn the breath was being slowly pulled from her lungs. "I know where this is." Leo stared at her. "Wait, seriously?" "I think so," she said, nodding. "The few times Duke took me with him on cartography outings, we'd stop at this little cabin down in the canyons. Well, more shack than cabin, and I haven't been there since I was little, but—" She chewed her lip, mind spinning. "I think I know, generally, where it is." Bradley shouted, slapping the steering wheel. "Yes!" Shaking her head, Lily said, "I've never seen this picture." "To be fair,"
Leo answered. It was hanging in the men's room. She looked over at him, blinking into awareness. So you decided to steal it? At the time, it seemed easier than asking your buddy at the bar if he was willing to part with his urinal art. He paused. There was, however, a slight plumbing mishap when I took it down. A slight plumbing mishap? She repeated, stomach sinking. The less you know, the better, he told her. I think this frame was nailed into an actual pipe. That restroom was definitely not up to code. Lifting the bottom of his shirt, Leo used it to wipe his face. Lily's eyes dropped to the hard planes of his flat stomach, the line of soft dark hair just above the waistband of his jeans. You might not want to go back there for a while. You could have just taken the photo out. I got excited. Leo looked at her and let loose that reckless grin again. Besides, I overpaid for his shitty watered-down beer. If you think about it, I paid for this too, just indirectly. At her look, he relented. I'll send him a check, okay? Why not just, she said, flabbergasted and enunciating every next word for the apparent man-child in front of her. Take a picture of it. He barked out a laugh. With what? A pint glass? You took our phones. This is so awesome, Walter said from behind them, his knees tucked to his chin. I feel like we're in the Goonies. Lily leaned her head back to collect her thoughts. If she was right, and the photo was taken in front of the little cabin, they might have the biggest clue yet about where they needed to go. Once her temper cooled, maybe she'd be able to thank Leo for simply grabbing it and bolting. After all, why waste time? Nicole rolled down her window, and the hot air thrashed deliciously through the Jeep. Lily glanced down at the picture again, trying to build a plan in her mind. The entry points into the maze tangled into a blur. She was too amped up by photo-stealing, key-grabbing, jukebox-possessive, bathroom-destroying Leo. The quiet man unraveling right in front of her eyes. He'd barely said 10 words that first morning, but now he seemed alive. And the sight of him bursting out of his shell was bliss, like time melting away. Her blood streaked white with adrenaline as she remembered the way his hands had curled around her hips and pulled her against him. I didn't want you alone at the jukebox. She threw him a dirty look. Yes, they needed this clue, but there had been so many other ways to handle it, other than simply ripping the frame from the wall. If Leo couldn't keep a level head, what hope was there for the rest of them? I didn't want to leave it to chance, Leo yelled over the wind, correctly reading Lily's expression. But Axel is a nut job, she yelled back. Maybe you noticed the pair of shotguns over the bar? Bradley smacked the steering wheel again. Why does everyone have a gun? His name is Axel? Leo's expression cleared. That guy? The bartender? Lily paused, searching his eyes to understand. Yeah, why? I am just... His face tightened again with an odd mix of amusement and violence. I'm trying to wrap my head around the idea that you hooked up with a guy named Axel. Her mouth closed, eyes widening as shock rippled through her. What did you just say? He passed a hand down his face. Forget it. How did you... What do you mean, how? He cut in, coughing out a laugh. He looked at you like he had the right to. That was... She began, irate, before starting again. It was nothing. It was forever ago, and forgettable. Guys? Walter murmured from the back. Not to interrupt, but I think we're about to die. In unison, every head in the Jeep except Bradley's swiveled just in time to see a giant black truck barreling down the road behind them. It slowed, weaving and hovering, barely 6 inches off their back bumper, while the driver leaned heavily on the horn. Bradley let out a war cry, raising a fist to pound it on the tinny ceiling of the Jeep. I was born for this moment, he shouted to the sky. Raised on tires the size of a house, the truck had floodlights on the roof and a custom hood emblazoned with a hand-painted bald eagle,
wings spread, talons carrying an American flag. Behind the wheel, to Lily's complete lack of surprise, was Axel. One of his idiot friends leaned out the passenger side window, shouting something. Leo let out a delighted laugh. "You've got to be kidding me. Look at that truck." "We are absolutely going to die," Walter groaned. "You can't make this shit up," Leo crowed. "That is the exact truck I would have chosen for him." But Bradley wasn't having it. He floored the Jeep, which responded with a chugging hiccup before hopping ahead, causing Axel to hit his own gas pedal with a vengeance. Both cars barreled down the bumpy, broken road. One wrong move, and the Jeep would be flattened by Axel's vehicular tribute to small penises everywhere. "He's so mad!" Bradley yelled, delighted. "Jesus Christ, Lily, what did you do to him? Doesn't he know you're his hero's kid?" "Yeah, but they knew I never gave a shit about the treasure," she shouted over the roaring wind. Bradley extended an arm out of the driver's side window and raised his middle finger, yelling, "Want your picture back? How about you suck my dick?" Axel and idiot friend's faces went red, and they screeched ahead, cutting in front of Bradley and slamming on their brakes. The Jeep skipped across the road, stuttering as Bradley reacted, veering to the left to avoid hitting the truck's rear bumper. A horn blared, and Bradley screamed, steering harder to the left to avoid an oncoming car and swerving down a side road that was even more riddled with potholes than the one they'd been on. Axel spun out in a tornado of dust before righting his truck again and barreling after them. A gunshot sounded, and another, and dirt ahead of the Jeep exploded with the pellets. "They're shooting at us!" Nicole screeched. Leo reached for Lily, protectively cupping her head with his arms and pulling her into his chest. "They actually brought a gun?" "I've got Terry's bag!" Walter yelled above the chaos. He pulled the handgun out, waving it. "Guys, want me to shoot back?" "No!" everyone shouted in unison, and Leo reached over the back seat, carefully easing the gun away from Walter. Lily pressed her hands to her face, struggling to not throw up. Leo's cool hand came around her neck, and she put aside the way she wanted to punch him in the stomach and let herself be coaxed down. Resting her forehead on his thigh, she focused on breathing, on ignoring the violent jostling of the Jeep and the horn behind them, and the reality that this road probably ended in half a mile, and they'd be staring down the barrel of a shotgun all because of a photo Leo stole from a bar. He gently smoothed hair from her face before reaching to the back of her neck, massaging. She wanted to scream with how good it felt. Leo's voice came from beside her ear. "It's going to be okay. I'm so mad at you. Breathe now. Be mad later." "I will." She felt pressure on the top of her head and realized he'd placed a kiss there. Lily instinctively clutched at his thigh as another gunshot whipped past. "These idiots are terrible shots," Nicole said. "How hard is it to hit a car?" Bradley yelled for everyone to hold on, and Nicole whooped loudly just as the Jeep took a sharp right turn, bouncing across a field, jostling them around for what felt like an eternity, until the wheels jerked over a bump and finally hit smooth asphalt again. "We're losing them!" he yelled over his shoulder. There was the screaming of metal and road, and Lily bolted up as everyone cheered, looking back to where Axel's truck had landed in a ditch and rolled limply to the side. Bradley slowed the Jeep to a reasonable speed as Axel and his friend jumped out, half-heartedly chasing them for several paces before stopping in the middle of the road to shout. Walter stretched forward to lean his head out of Lily's passenger side window. "He'll send you a check for the picture frame!" he yelled back to them. Axel and his friend got smaller and smaller in the distance, and Bradley eased up on the Jeep's accelerator. "Holy shit, that was insane," Leo said, running his hands through his hair. "Wouldn't it have been better for him to, I don't know, stay and turn off the water?" "I've seen those restrooms," Nick said. "You probably did him a favor." "I can't believe you dated him," Leo murmured, dark eyes cutting to Lily with a heated depth. "I never said I dated him." He smirked, and she smacked his shoulder, but the eye contact lingered. He was so jealous. Jesus, why did she like it so much? Walter continued to look out the back window. "Do you think we should go check on them?"
They were literally shooting at us 30 seconds ago, Nicole reminded him incredulously. Cell service works out here, Lily assured Walter. They'll be able to call for help. She watched as the truck got smaller and smaller behind them, finally disappearing from sight. Lily leaned between the front seats, pointing ahead for Bradley. Keep on this road, she told him. Another 10 miles or so, and you'll take a left turn just after we pass a canyon on the right. He sent her a salute, meeting her eyes in the mirror before blinking forward. He was glowing, and Lily would wager he'd never been this happy. When she looked over to Leo, his head was tilted back, eyes closed as the wind passed in warm bursts over his face. Breathe now, be mad later, he'd said. It was what she promised herself she would do, even as he reached out and soothingly covered her anxiously tapping fingers, pulling her hand onto his thigh. "Goddamn. I'm so glad I'm here," he said.
Chapter 16. By the time they arrived at their campsite for the night, the air was electric. They had a map, they had Duke's clue for the next step, and Lily knew where they needed to go. Leo's chest and limbs were buoyant, and everyone tumbled from the jeep, energized. Leo and Bradley unloaded the packs and tents. Nicole and Lily worked to dig out a safe campfire spot, while Walter went off in search of anything resembling firewood. When the fire finally crackled in the fading sun, they gathered around a flat rock nearby and laid out all of the materials, planning their route deeper into the maze the next morning. Lily traced their path with the tip of a pen, indicating how long each section should take, where they'd stop to rest, and where they'd camp before making the final push into the more treacherous caverns. With luck, they'd find what they all desperately hoped was still hidden there. "I need you all to promise you'll do exactly what I say," Lily told them. "We will," Leo assured her. She scowled, and he could only guess that she had taken the "be mad later" part of his advice to heart. He'd feel bad about stealing the photo if, well, he wasn't sure what would make him feel bad after a dude she'd hooked up with chased them out of town with a loaded shotgun. Frankly, Leo wished he'd taken a few bottles of booze, too. "We'll go down here," she said, indicating a spot on the map that looked a lifetime away from where they were currently camped. "If I'm right, the cabin should only be about 2 miles upriver once we're in." Holy crap. Suddenly his life in Manhattan felt remote to the point of fiction. His days spent at a desk, sitting down every morning to create a new unhackable algorithm, home every evening to his little apartment, the constant rumble and hum of a city beneath his feet. All of it could not feel more foreign. He looked over at Lily's profile, and a cord pulled tight from his throat to his gut. He hadn't felt this present in so long. Air hit his skin differently, landed in his lungs with more of a punch. He was aware of his pulse pounding, and the handfuls of times he'd laughed out loud in the past few days. Here was color, and sound, and heat. She was here. He wasn't sure how he would manage to leave her at the end of the trip. But when he took a breath to calm his vibrating nerves, he realized the air was actually electric now. Lightning flashed on a vista in the distance, and the heavy gloom of a storm loomed, unsettlingly low, hovering like a swollen alien spacecraft. It was wild to see the actual momentum of a cloud, the gray mass blotting out the sun as it charged closer, dropping rain like a curtain of silver from sky to earth. Lily had noticed, too. "Shit, that one is going to hammer us." She looked to Nicole and then around the group. "Okay, get your stuff set up and get in your tents. We're not going to be able to cook tonight, so grab a few energy bars from the Jeep, but don't go crazy. Whatever we have has to last us 2 more days." They scrambled to stand and dispersed to find their packs, pull their tents open, and start erecting them. Lily helped Walter, and by the time Leo's was up, she was just reaching her own pack. He jogged over to her, helping her tug it from its storage bag. "I got it," she said, jerking it out of his grip. She flattened the tent on the ground, dumping out the narrow sack of metal stakes. Picking up her small mallet, she began anchoring the corners of her tent into the dry earth. Crouching beside her, he pulled one corner tight and used his own mallet to pound in a second stake, quickly reaching for another. Beside him, he sensed that Lily had gone still, and did a double-take when he glanced over to find her glaring. "What?" he asked. "What are you doing?" "I'm helping," he said, confused. She reached forward, yanking the stake from his hand. Do I look like someone who needs help putting up a tent? Of course not. Carefully he reached for the last stake. When he paused, their eyes met, and he had to tamp down the longing in his voice. I'm just helping you get it done faster. Slowly she stood and stared down at him. There was an oddly charged scent to the sky. It felt like the sizzling humidity of the thunderstorm was settling directly on top of them. Can I have a word with you in private? He looked down at her tent, still just a pile of fabric and poles on the ground, and then at the gray clouds barreling in on them. Now? Now! Without waiting, Lily turned and stalked away, disappearing into the dusk behind a large rock formation.